Okay, so I guess disclaimer, if the video quality is worse, it's because I'm using my front-facing camera. I got a new phone, so if it's better, it's because I got a new phone. I also did get a new phone, so I don't have a microphone because my headphones were the old, like, what is it, the lightning cable or something? I don't know, Apple's weird, so I don't have a microphone anymore. So if it's worse, it's because I don't have a microphone. But if it's better, it's because I have a new phone. So, okay. I was going to get this video done. Oh, I should turn my iPad on. Hang on, you'll need that. Turn on. Okay. Oh, hang on, it's gonna give an ad. I don't need you to have an ad. Here we are. Hurricane Wars. I don't know if you can even read that. Wait. The Hurricane Wars. I was going to record this video in May, and then a lot of stuff happened near the end of the month, and so I just didn't get to it. And then I was going to record it earlier this month, so at least the video numbers were equal, and then read, what was it, Midnight Library to get at the end of this month. But I decided I didn't want to do that, so I didn't. So you get Hurricane Wars after, I think, 4 months of me saying I was going to do this. I don't know. Anyway, point being, Hurricane Wars. Yeah, for starters, this book does have a sequel, and I'm not sure if I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna give you my full plot synopsis. I actually liked this book a lot more than I thought I was going to. I don't know. I didn't know if I was gonna like it because I knew it was a Raylo book. Oh, you might notice my iPad's on the other side. I needed it charged, so it's connected to my charging cable, which is against the wall. Anyway, point being, I didn't want like a cord going all the way against me. That just would have been annoying. Anyway, not the point. What is the point? I've said before, I don't know if I'm gonna like this book. I know that it's a Raylo book. Going into it, so I bought I guess I can give you my backstory. I was at Barnes & Noble, and I read the blurb, and I was like, oh, I like that. I wasn't on Book Talk, so I didn't know it was like the tropey Book Talk thing, but I was like, oh, I mean, I don't mind that. I don't mind that as a trope. It was like the enemies to lovers trope, and I was like, I don't know, I kind of dig that. And so I bought the book, and then later on, I learned that it was a Book Talk book, and then later on, I learned that it was a Raylo fanfic. I don't know if I like Raylo. I don't really watch Star Wars, but, you know, sometimes it just be like that, and you just gotta go with the punches. So I already bought the book. I figured, well, kind of have to read it, you know, kind of have to make use of my money. I'm looking at myself in the phone, so if that gets annoying, sorry, not sorry. It's just very distracting. I'm very distracting. Anyway, that's not the point. My hair looks really good right now, but I just washed it, so that would make sense. Don't look at the back, because it's drying still. It's not greasy, I swear. Anyway, Hurricane Wars. So, first impressions. It starts with a prologue. The prologue is 2 pages, and I found that I kind of liked the prose in the prologue. I'll be more specific. It says the 7 moons, because their planet has 7 moons, and the reason why I wrote this down was because, I don't know, going into it, I was like, okay, I really like the technique that's being used. Usually for, like, fiction, especially, like, fantasy that was written on Wattpad, it falls into the kind of dilemma of sorts where, the introduction and the exposition is just really bad. So it would be like, the 7 moons which this planet has. It doesn't do that, which is really nice. The all of the world building I felt was very, for the most part, was very naturally integrated into the story. And so, where does it say the 7 moons? Let me find it. Oh, also, don't mind my lip. I have a bug bite. It's so embarrassing. Stop it. God, don't point that out. That's mean. Where is it? It's, it says here, which this kind of goes into a tangent on its own, but once I get to that in my notes, I'll get to it here. This tangent starts with, it says, the fanned gaps between the longleaf pines offer glimpses of destruction in veins of red gold embers, their needle-pricked canopies silhouetted against a crown of smoke beneath the 7 moons. I felt that that was a very good way to introduce world building. It feels very natural just beneath the 7 moons. Like if it's just, oh yeah, you know, that's just how it is. I like that. If you were to have like a fantasy world set somewhere like Earth where there's 1 moon, right? You wouldn't say beneath the 1 moon that this planet has. You would just say beneath the moon. And so I liked how it was done here, because unlike most fantasy, where it would be like, I just realized I was writing it, and so I can scroll down and actually, you can't read this, but I can, and so the notes are for me, not for you. I just let you see them. I don't know why I let you see them, because my handwriting is actually really bad, and that's kind of embarrassing, but you know what, I'm in pre-med, so it's fine. I was saying it's better than most, because in a lot of them it'd be like, i.e., this planet has 7 moons. So I liked how it was introduced. I felt like that was better than normal. And so then I backtracked as I was writing these notes, which are almost twice as long as the Inheritance games. Sorry, not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. It is a bigger font, so it's probably going to be about the same length anyway, but that's beside the point. The point is, though, I kind of backtracked. So I then looked at the author background, because there is a blurb on the author in the back of the book. So I looked at the author background. So her name is Thea Guanzon. This is a debut novel, which means I'm going to be a little nicer on it than I would be for Inheritance Games, since Inheritance Games was not a debut, but it read like one. So anyway, this started as a Reylo fanfic. If you don't know anything about Star Wars, I felt this book does stand alone pretty well, but if you do know anything about Star Wars, even as minimally as I do, it's very obviously a Star Wars fic. Like, let's be for real. Let's not kid ourselves. It's obviously a Star Wars fic. But you know, so her degree, she went to college, she had some degree with a specialization in politics and peace studies, and I felt that that really does come across in the text. You can tell that she kind of does know what she's talking about when it comes to diplomatic things to an extent, and so that was really nice. I like when people's background shows in their works of art. I wrote map. I didn't add any context to this. I know what I'm talking about, but I find it funny that I didn't add context. There is a map inside the book. I know a lot of the book talk girlies really like this. I don't care one way or another towards it. I think it's a little interesting, but frankly, I don't entirely give a shit about maps, if I'm being completely fair. Because this is just one continent. So this is, yeah, I mean, it does show, like, some of the other ones, but, like, they're not how I pictured them, and I know the point is that you picture it like this, but it's not how I pictured them, so it's, you know. It does also have the family crests of each of the empires. Again, I don't entirely care about that. Yeah, I don't entirely care. I think it is kind of cool, but, I think the continent is very vague, especially since if it has 7 moons, this has to be a very big planet. Like, Jupiter has, like, 20 moons, and it's, like, the biggest planet in the solar system or whatever. It has more than 20. Doesn't it have, like, some, like, 100 moons? I don't know. I don't like the planet Jupiter. It gives me the creeps. It freaks me out. I don't like it. Anyway, not the point. The point is, this has to be a relatively large planet to have 7 moons, because you don't see any evidence of it affecting the tide. So the tide acts like a normal earthly tide, meaning this planet has to be massive to have 7 moons that are always in the sky all together, which is also kind of weird. I feel like if you had multiple moons, they wouldn't all be together, but that's beside the point as well. I'm hyper-analyzing this. I don't need to get into the science. Point being, the science you do kind of have to put on the back burner. Gotta put a pin in that, let it go. The science kind of sciences. I did like the cover though. I do really like the cover because it inverts and that's kind of cool. Anyway, I think the cover for book 2 is the same. It's just different colors or something. I don't know. Anyway, we've gotten some introduction on the author, Thea Guanzon. We got some introduction on some of the structure, the maps, right? It's kind of cool. We have a prologue, and this book is also separated into, I believe, 3 parts. I don't know if it's in 3 or 4. I think it's 3. But if I don't remember, I mean, I don't honestly care that much. It's beside the point. Or is it 2? It's anywhere in the ballpark from 2 to 4. Which I know that's a big variety for a book, but don't come at me, okay? Don't come at me. I don't remember things. Okay, maybe I should remember because I'm the one reviewing this. Hang on. I actually don't really remember how many parts it is. It's either 2 or 3. Oh, sick. That's a different thing. Wait. I don't know if I'm gonna edit this, by the way. Look, it's near the end of the month, and I have work, so I don't know if I'm gonna edit this. Okay, I'm not looking. It's somewhere, it's 2 or 3. Might be 2, honestly, I don't even know. Point being, it is divided into parts. I like when books are divided into parts. That's really cool. And I'll get more into that structure too later on, but for now, all you need to know is it's divided into parts, and it has a prologue. The prologue is not part of part 1. The prologue, and then it's part 1, and then it's part 2, because that is how numbers work. So the next thing I wanted to note was I know just by being in like booktube that Ali Hazelwood is a big Raylo fic writer, and I realize this is probably backwards for you because this is the front-facing camera. I can read it, so I don't care, okay? Ali Hazelwood, right? She is a big Star Wars Raylo fic too. The Love Hypothesis is one of the ones she's most commonly known for. That's a Raylo fic. So I started wondering if her and Ali Hazelwood were little conspirators on Wattpad or AO3 or whatever. I don't know which one it was written on. If I'm honest, probably Wattpad. Well, no, probably AO3 because I think it was written in 2020 and AO3 was more popular at that point. But I could be wrong. I know people still use Wattpad. I don't care. The point is though, right? I started wondering, are they conspirators? Were they friends? Did they know each other? Because the thing is, right, fanfics are kind of a small world, especially good fanfics. So I was starting to wonder, like, okay, they probably read each other's stuff, right? They probably knew each other. Anyway, just my thought process. So, page 1, we're back to the prologue. Sorry for backtracking. We're back. We're back to the prologue. So, page 1, I wrote, I think that's an I. I wrote, I do like the prose and syntax. Yep. That's what that comment is. I mentioned that already. I'll get more deeply into it when we're not on page 1, but you know. Anyway, on page 1, it does say something along the lines of he pulled out his own weapon as like her, no, that's page 2. They're fighting, and I'm taking this off. The dust cover pisses me off. Okay. So they're fighting. Where does it say it? It says, a weapon of his own blocking what would have been her killing blow. Okay. They're in a battle. We don't know their names. We just know it's the 2 of them. It's from his perspective, right? But it's in 3rd person. And they're on like a frozen over lake where like the waves have broken the ice. So they're like kind of seesawing, which by the way, the word seesawing, so difficult. I struggled getting into this at first. Because this was, I believe, the 3rd attempt that I had at reading this book, because the first few chapters, and I'll get into it a bit more, are kind of difficult to read, right? And so, like, it's well written, I felt, but I didn't entirely like the sentence structure. I'll get into it. It had the word seesawing, where it's like, oh, they were seesawing on, or something. I read the word seesawing like 5 times, did not read seesaw. I read like seaweed, and that was basically what I read it as every single time. I was struggling for this introduction. Getting used to her style took me about 10 chapters. In the end of the day, I did like the book, but I do have some critiques, and I'll get into them once they become more prevalent, aka they're in my notes, once I get to them in my notes. But for now, I chose this quote because usually when people say his own, it'll be something that they don't need to say that for. Like, it'll be like, oh, he thought his own thoughts. Dude, they're always gonna be his. What are you talking about? That is not how English works. Stop it. And so throughout the text, for the most part, I felt like she does have a very good grasp of proper usage of phrases and syntax, and I really appreciated that because I think I would have been ripping my hair out more than I kind of was at the beginning. So anyway, this is where my critique started. Chapter 1, the opening. I wrote that it was a run-on. Let me read it to you. Wartime weddings were all the rage in a land where every day... I'm also dyslexic, so give me, like, grace, okay? Wartime weddings were all the rage in a land where every single day threatened, quite emphatically, emphatic. I know what emphatic... Let me try again. Wartime weddings were all the rage in a land where every single day threatened, quite emphatically, to be one's last. But the skies could rain stones for 7 nights without ever hitting an available officiant. It's a very long sentence, and they kind of get longer from there until you either get used to the style or she kind of mellows out and gets more into a groove. And so it does kind of read like a debut in that sense, where you do have these sentences that are really long. And it gets to the point where she'll be bringing up multiple different, like, subjects of a sentence in one sentence. And so it makes it kind of hard to follow, because it's like, subject, what's related to that? New subject, there were quite a few sentences where I'd have to reread it and read it out loud to understand what she was talking about. But I have more examples throughout that you'll get. Anyway, point being, it starts with kind of run-ons. I wrote for paragraph 2, it starts with a 5-line long sentence, and I'll read that for you. So, okay, I guess context. That was the first sentence, so we're introduced to the fact that there is a wedding, right? It's the main character's friend, like best friend, and her now husband or whatever. We're introduced to the fact that they're getting married, right? Okay, so Taliesin only really has one friend, which, I mean, honestly, I can kind of relate to her to a certain extent. Like, okay. Anyway, middle school. Beside the point, she is sitting there watching her friends get married. Paragraph 2 starts with her thinking. It says, "Not that it's any great mystery as to why they left this grandfather behind," Taliesin mused, watching from a dim corner of the thatched longhouse as the stooped, elderly cleric in pale yellow robes struggled to lift a large pewter goblet over the crackling fire that was reflecting off his marble ball scalp. It makes sense, but I feel like, and this does kind of go into more of a stylistic critique, I feel like a thought should be its own sentence. Like, it should have been more of like, "Oh, not any great mystery as to why they left his grandfather behind," Taliesin mused, period. She watched, and then the rest of that sentence. I feel like it's one of those where it should be broken up, because it's a lot to think about at one time, but to an extent, it does go into a stylistic critique more than anything. I just didn't entirely like that style choice, but, you know, anyway. This does persist, probably throughout the novel, but you do get used to it after like 10 chapters. Anyway, Yeah, I was saying hard to follow, hard to stay engaged. This is why it was so difficult for me to get into this book at first. I was wary as to whether or not I was going to like it. The prose and the descriptive language, I will give credit, is very colorful throughout this novel. I really liked her word choices and the way that she depicted some things, and while the characters are kind of contemporary romance enraging, which we'll get into in a little bit, but it does kind of make sense. I could see why she did it. It's whatever. I did overall like this book. I felt like it was very nice, nicely done. I'll get into my critiques, obviously. I felt that the plot was very oddly paced, but I mean, again, more of a stylistic thing, especially since it was a fanfic. I feel like that does kind of reflect in the plot progression, but we'll get there. So it's the main character's BFF's wedding. They're in the middle of a war, and they have like a minute of respite, right? And so they're getting married, her and her best friend and her best friend's whomever, they're getting married, and they're all still in uniform because they're in the middle of a war, right? They just had a time off and they went, you know what, let's just get married. So that's what they're doing. And learn a diplomat, that says diplomat. We learn that a diplomat went to a foreign land for help. This foreign land does become important. I wrote foreign land because I didn't want to read it out loud. I think it's pronounced Nenevar Dominion. The one thing is, it does have the plight of a fantasy novel where the names are just too difficult to read, but I don't need to get into all that. Anyway, we meet Taliesin. She is A, an orphan, B, 20 years old, and C, lonely. Yay! So I wrote top of page 10. Oh, okay. We learn that she's lonely. Watching the newlyweds and expectant parents, we learn that she's pregnant, longingly. So, we learn that D, she has childhood trauma. Cool. Anyway, the quote that I wanted to read to you this is Taliesin. It's how the book is formatted is it's a dual POV book between the two main love interests. The second POV in which we don't see until much later. But they're both in third person. You can tell by the voice, though. The voice does change quite a lot. That was something that was really well done. There is a distinct difference between, we learn his name later, is Alaric, and our main character, Taliesin. There is a good contrast. I liked that. Anyway, this is Taliesin speaking. This quote is, "What would it be like?" Taliesin wondered. A soul chuckled at something Cade said and leaned into the and leaned into his face. I can't read, okay? In the slope of her neck, his arm looped around her waist. To laugh with someone, to laugh like that with someone, to be touched like that. An ache shivered through her as she let herself imagine it, just a little bit, reaching for a phantom of embrace. And then I think I wrote same girl, same at a certain point. Anyway, I get it. I understand. Yeah, you go, Taliesin girly. Yes. Anyway, that's not the point. What is the point? Okay, craft. This is where I got more into my, technique analysis. I like how the exposition is done for the most part. I've touched on that. I felt was very naturally done. There were some points where it was exposition dumpy, but I mean, what else can you do? There's no easy way to do exposition. I'll give it a pass, especially for a debut. I mean, still better than the Inheritance games. Oh my god, I hated the Inheritance games. And then I wrote flashbacks instead of telling paragraph 3. This is definitely not paragraph 3. Paragraph 3 of page 10. That makes sense. It says, This is right after the quote that I just read. It says, "A nearby drunken soldier stumbled forward, splashing ale all over the floor by Taliesin's boots. The sour odor assailed her nostrils, and she flinched, briefly overcome by childhood memories of caretakers stinking of steeped grains and curdled milk, those men of harsh words and heavy hands." I thought that was really well done. I really liked how that was phrased. I felt the sensory language was very good. So far, I'm like, okay, it's kind of hard to read because the sentences are so long, but I do really like the descriptions. The descriptions are very nice. Page 7, paragraph 3. Why am I going back? Hello? Why did I write it like that? Descriptive prose inconsistent, vivid at start with rambled endings. Okay. Rushed endings. 3. Oh, I see what I meant. Okay, I'll read the quote. So in this we're explaining, so Taliesin has this weird connection she feels towards the Dominion. I think it's Nenevar Dominion. This is the place that the diplomat from their side has gone to, right? He's asking them for help. They decide, no, we're not going to give you help, but that's beside the point, right? Taliesin is like, oh my god, because she feels this weird connection to this place, and she wants to know why. She wants to be able to go and figure out. And so the fact that they're bringing her in to talk to her about this information, because it doesn't really say it, but I think she's pretty highly ranked. We learn later because she's a light weaver, so she has powers, so she's kind of higher in the ranks or whatever. I don't know much about military. We're ignoring it. So, what this comment was, it's mainly about that long sentence structure and how I feel like it detracts from the story. Where I was saying it was very vivid at first and then rushed at the end, to the detriment of the sentence. So it says, this is one of the long sentences. It said, she'd never been there, had never thought, oh my god. I literally cannot read. Give me grace. Pray for me. I'm just kidding. It says, she'd never been there, never so much as strayed from Sardovia's dwindling borders, but the slightest mention of that reclusive archipelago, which, again, the language is very nice. I didn't even know what the word archipelago meant. It's like a island country, almost. You could think about it like that. It's kind of like an island country. I mean, this is this one here. Again, not how I viewed it, but beside the point. That reclusive archipelago across the Eversea always left... Sorry. Oh, it's like cracking the spine. Is that what's happening? Oops. Across the Eversea, it left some part of her oddly hollow, as though she'd forgotten something very important and was desperate to figure out what it was. That's a really long sentence. And so the beginning is really nice. Never so much as strayed from Sardovia's dwindling borders. Reclusive archipelago. And then we lose a lot of that description. Oddly hollow. Forgotten. Very important. Desperate to find out what it was. I feel like if the sentence was broken up, we could have gotten that same vivid language for that latter half. But since it was all one sentence, it felt like she was almost rushing to end the sentence, that she started detracting from the quality in order to end it in a sense. I don't know if that even makes any sense. Okay, that makes sense to me. And if it doesn't make sense to you, I guess I'll kind of rephrase. The beginning felt very well done and well thought out. And then the end felt rushed because the sentence was getting too long. And this kind of does carry through. It definitely lessens throughout the text, I will admit. She definitely gets a feel for her style throughout, but that was something where I'm like, I feel like her sentences at times were too long to the detriment of the story. I'm not opposed to complex sentence structure, but if you can't have a complex sentence that maintains quality, then maybe we should cut them up. You know what I mean? That's more of what I So I was saying, I do like the vocabulary for the most part, right? Archipelago, did not know what it was. Archipelago is used a lot, so it was a good thing that I Googled it. And then, varied, albeit long sentence structure. The one thing about the sentences is that they were very varied. I was trying to find a different word. It was not happening. It's not like you fall into a habit where you hear the same sentence over and over and over again with different words, because that can also get very annoying unless it's done on purpose. If there's a purpose for that repetitive feeling, then it's like, okay, yeah, right? If it's supposed to feel monotonous. I heard someone walking down the hallway and I want to make sure they weren't coming in here because I was going to be a little upset. Yeah, it was varied, so I mean, it didn't get annoying to read. It was just a little frustrating because I can't read in general. So, okay. Again, this says start of structure good, start of sentence good, end bad. I already talked about that. She's going to speak to her boss. She's going to speak to her boss. This is page 10, paragraph 5. Again, some of the vocabulary I did not like, most of it I did. This part says wrapped smartly. I don't know what that's supposed to mean in this context. If I'm honest, I know what wrapped means, but how do you smartly knock on a door? Like, let me read the sentence. Let me read the sentence for you. Right? Let me look. I think it's at the end. It's not. Where is it? Paragraph 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Taliesin straightened her spine and steadied her breathing. Then she rapped smartly on the door on the side of the room. This comes right after the quote about spilled ale. And so I was saying I really liked that, right? Just hear the difference. Listen to the difference, right? And she couldn't discuss a crucial matter with her superiors while in the throes of despair over some spilled air. Taliesin straightened her spine and steadied her breathing. Then she rapped smartly on the door in the side of the room. Again, it was like that weird contrast where it started off like it was really good and vivid, and then it was just kind of like she knocked on the door. What does rapped smartly mean? What does that mean in that context? I don't understand. I don't know. I don't know what smartly means in this context, if I'm being honest. Not saying it's incorrectly used, it could be correctly used, but that was something that I was caught on. And because also it does use an adverb. No. Yes? Smartly. Smartly is an adverb. Yes, an adverb. It uses an adverb, which adverbs are something you kind of want to avoid in writing just because they are not very descriptive. But, you know, right? It is a function of the language, and it's, to an extent, you can't avoid adverbs. Very is an adverb. Very good, right? It's a modifying word. To an extent, you can't avoid adverbs, but I felt like this adverb could have been avoided. Point being, she's going to talk to her superiors. Knows when to me morals. When to use words. See, I can't even read my own handwriting. Don't. You're not allowed to comment on it. You're not allowed to talk. So, knows when to use words. Again, I've talked about that pretty much. I do feel, and this will probably, I'll try not to mention this so many times, but I do feel like she does have a very good grasp over the language. I feel like she does know what she's talking about. Own coracles made sense in the context it was talking about. Coracles are like their ships. It's like an X-Wing, I think, or something. I don't know Star Wars, okay? I don't know Star Wars, leave me alone. But basically, the enemy flies in the middle of their wedding, and so they're going to their own ships. It makes sense. It's a good place to use that. Anyway, multi-thought. Run-ons. I was talking about the run-ons again. That's what this is. Paragraph 5. Yeah. I don't even need to read the quote because I've already talked about this. This is a common critique that I have, is that I do feel like the sentences are oftentimes a bit too long and too many subjects and thoughts happening in one sentence. But again, it's stylistic technically, so, you know, that's more of a, like, if I was to write this, I wouldn't have done that. But I can't say anything. I didn't write it. Aether wave. I'll read the sentence though for you. It says, static blared from the transceiver, a box-shaped contraption inlaid with dials and filaments of conductive metals, the aether heart within it glowing white, laden with magic for the tempest road, a storm-streaked dimension that produced sound, normally in the form of thunder, but could be manipulated to carry voices across a distance through what was known as the aether wave. That is just too much. It's too much. I can't. Like, it should be broken up. Static blared from the transceiver. A box, blah, 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 blah. Period. A box... I just felt like the sentence was poorly written. Like, took so many times to understand what it was talking about. And I still don't entirely understand. Anyway. Aether wave, frequently used by their regiment. We just learned about the aether wave, but weird here. So, what was I trying to say with this? We learn about what the aether wave is in the one that I just read. And then it said by the aether wave frequency used by her regiment. It's like a radio. It's basically just like a radio. And so it could have been, obviously radios don't exist, so she can't say it's like a radio. But I felt like that part should have been introduced with the part where the aether wave was mentioned. Like, it should have been mentioned, known as the aether wave. And then mention, like, different regiments use different frequencies. And then we don't need to have it, because it introduces the aether wave, shifts to Taliesin as she's starting to fly away. She talks into the mouthpiece, and then it goes, oh, this is the aether wave. Then introduce that with the aether wave. Like, I don't know. I felt the order for that was kind of weird, but that's beside the point. I said that I felt like it took away from the action, right? Because they're going into a fight scene right now. And so it's discussing Taliesin going to fly away and getting ready for the fight. And then, oh, by the way, it works like a radio. So it's this frequency. Okay. Kind of detracted from the tension a little bit. Kind of broke the tension, broke the feel. When you're writing a fight scene, you really don't want to have exposition. Exposition tends to slow down the feeling of a scene. If you want something to feel like relaxed or at ease, exposition, especially setting, is a very good mechanism for this, right? If you want it to be like, oh, a relaxed spring day, you're going to talk about the sound of the stream and the birds chirping and the warmth of the sun radiating through rays coming through the leaves, right? But if you're like talking about a fight scene, right, you're not gonna go like, oh yeah, like blah blah blah, we have to get going right now, oh no, the moon was half full. Like, it just takes away from the tension. And yeah, I felt like it just took away. I felt like it should have been placed at a different spot. And this is something that is common throughout the beginning, and then she does get a grasp of later on. So I feel like she should have gone back when she was finished and re-edited the beginning to kind of match the end. But it's neither here nor there. So this is my summary of chapter 1. Because I was sure that I probably wasn't going to talk that much about the actual contents. So, chapter 1, there was a wedding, they were then ambushed, and she's shot down, and she's spiraling to the floor. Every time I tried to read this beforehand, that was the farthest I got, was the end of chapter 1, and then I was like, I can't do this, put the book down. So I really had to fight my way through to chapter 2. So chapter 2 begins second knowing, sorry, I'm getting carried away. I was saying that this was a reread, so this was probably the third time I read it. The second time I knew that it was a Reylo fic. So, you know. And then I wrote run-ons even in action scenes. Again, this is a stylistic thing, but I feel like if you have a run-on, you know, I'm gonna try to rush through the rest of the plot because I'm already at 40 minutes and I have like 14 pages in to a like 300 something page book. Anyway, I'll give you the rest of my thoughts a lot quicker. But even in action scenes, there were run-ons. Action scenes should be shorter to the point. This one, it just wasn't. Anyway, chapter 2, it opens with, it opens with very vibrant visuals. She has a lot of good literary techniques I really liked. For the most part, I did like her prose. It's talking about Taliesin remembering like when she was young. And then she wakes up and what does that even say? Aether. Anyway, I don't even know what that says. She wakes up. Okay, well, it kind of talks about when she first found out that she had powers or whatever. And then she wakes up and she's like in her crashed ship. And so she gets out and she's running down the like stream or whatever. Oh, one thing that I wrote here that I didn't like stylistically is a lot of time when she has a list, Guanzon writes and instead of like commas. That I didn't like after a certain point. I felt like that kind of got redundant. When you're saying like of blank and blank and blank, what you're really saying and for is emphasis, right? And so sometimes I just didn't feel like it worked out here. I felt like it was supposed to sound more of a stylistic thing than actually be like a choice that she made for an authorial voice. You know what I mean? Anyway, I liked it sometimes, didn't like it others. I would have liked to see her use both normal commas, like normal comma lists and her and, because, you know, it does have a use. I felt like sometimes there was no purpose. Choice. So I wrote choice versus style, right? It didn't feel like it was a choice that she made for a specific reason. It felt like she was just trying to have her own style, you know? Anyway, page 16, paragraph 3-ish. I think this is just going to be a really long video. If you are interested in like book videos and you don't know the channel, there's one called Crimson Rouge. He makes videos that are like 7 hours long. This one might be like a Crimson Rouge style video because I do have a lot to talk about on this book. A lot more than the Inheritance games because I just didn't like the Inheritance games. I have a lot of good and bad things about this book that I want to talk about. So, you know, I'm going to try to not make it too long, but I can't promise you anything. So, okay. Page 16, there's another run-on. And so I'm saying, like, I'm two pages in. Neither of those are correct. What am I talking about? I'm 2 chapters in and I'm already having issues with the narrative style. So I was starting to get a little worried. I was like, oh, am I gonna like this? It made a turnaround, okay? It made a turnaround. So chapter 2, she wakes up from her, like, flashback where we learn that she has powers or something. I don't know. And she is in her crashed coracle, is what they're called. They're called coracles. She's in her crashed little spaceship, and so she wakes up, and she, like, clambers out of it, and she's, like, running away, and she ends up on a frozen lake, and, like, the ice starts to shatter, and she sees someone off in the distance, and he goes to try to kill her, but she, like, has to blah, 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 so she has to use her powers to protect herself. And I just ate, so I'm trying not to, like, burp, because that's very impolite. I can't really burp. That's a long story. Okay. It's not a long story. I just don't need to talk about it. Anyway. What am I talking about? We're introduced, magic system, Aether. I'm not at that point yet. We're already at the prologue. We're two chapters, not paragraphs, we're 2 chapters in, and we're already at the prologue. So there's no point in adding a prologue, in my opinion, if the prologue's gonna be introduced so early on in the story. Like, I feel like the point of a prologue is that it happens at least halfway through. You know what I mean? I don't think unless the prologue is like more of an introductory thing, if it's a scene that's supposed to happen later in the book, I feel like it should happen at least halfway through, if not more. But again, that's more of a stylistic thing. We're introduced to the magic system a bit more. It's called Aethermancing. She's a light weaver. The other dude is a shadow. Fuck, what is it called? It's like shadow. I don't remember. There's like Rain Singer. He's like a shadow something or other. Anyway, the point is that like their magic complements each other. That's the whole point, is that like they're opposites and their magic like goes together, and it's so good. Anyway, it sounds like I dislike this book. I don't dislike this book. I don't know, I'm just in a mood today. I don't know. Anyway, the magic system description, I wrote kind of clunky. Again, sentence structure, sentence variety, sentence blah 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 blah. It kind of goes into the same thing. I don't know what that even says. Anyway, it's not important. So I wrote A is the prologue with a face. I did not like him. At first, did not like him. He really grew on me. I had my own enemies to lovers arc with Alaric. We learned that it's Alaric. Taliesin knows his name because he is the heir of the Night Empire. Because it's a fantasy, it's a romantic fantasy, it's a romantasy, and so it's going to obviously have stupid names like the Night Empire. Because of course he's going to be from the Night Empire where it's super cold. Anyway, it's like what's the trope in manhwa where it's like he's the cold Duke of the North? Oh my god, there's one where he's named Duke Iceberg. And it's like, you couldn't be more on the nose if you put like a fucking clown nose on. Like, it would not be more obvious. The story's kind of good, but like, I mainly started reading it because I got an ad for it, and I was like, dude, I have to find out if his name is fucking Iceberg. And it is. His name is genuinely Duke Iceberg. And I felt that was a really bad name. So, he's like the Duke of the North. It's basically the North. Though I think in world building, they're further south, but for some reason the South is colder. I don't know. Don't ask. Okay. Let me look. The Citadel. I don't know. I don't know where they are. It's cold though. In case you were wondering. It's cold. Taliesin grew up in a desert, so she's not used to the humidity. They both end up in a tropical climate, so he's not used to the heat, she's not used to the humidity. They're both kind of dying, but that's beside the point. We get to that later. So anyway, we learn that it's dual POV. Piercing gray eyes. I didn't write every single time his eyes are mentioned, but every single time an author makes a character with fucking ice gray eyes. Like, it was a joke when I did it for Inheritance Games, when I started the tally. It was a joke. Because I remembered my notes as I was going through the book, and I remembered being like, ugh, why is his eyes mentioned so many times? It's one of those things, once you notice it, you can't not. And like, this book, it wasn't as egregious as it was in Inheritance Games, but Guys, I get that his eyes are gray. I understand. I understand. Please, stop. Stop. I don't care. I really don't care. So the point is that it's like sun and moon, right? He's the moon, she's the sun. What are we doing here? What are we doing? Like, I did like the book. I'm not trying to convince myself. I did come to like the book near the end. At the beginning, oh, I did not like it. I did not like it at the beginning. Near the end, I really did start to grow an appreciation for the syntax, for the diction, especially. I feel Guanzan has a very good diction and vocabulary. But God, it took me a bit before I was able to get used to it. So, it's supposed to be like the enemies to lovers trope, but it was more well done in this book than it was done in the Inheritance games, because in Inheritance games, it was kind of like enemies to, I still really hate your guts, but I kissed you. I mean, okay, that's kind of what it is in this book, but like, you do see more of the lovers in this book. And it is the first of a duology. I think it's a duology. I don't know. It is the first of 2 so far. So, you know, it's, ooh, that was my shoulder. There we go. So yeah, there also is more room for it to grow, which I think Inheritance games is a quartet now or something. I have no idea. I'll eventually get to the latter books in Inheritance games just because I hated the first one enough, but you know, we'll get to that. Should I buy them just to have them on my shelf? Because it's like I already have the first one and it was a gift, but I can just, I'll log in. Okay. Anyway, Alaric, he's the heir to the Night Empire. And so, we get royalty export orphan, that trope, right? Rags to riches, that's the whole point of the trope. It is very tropey, it is very fanfic, it is very Wattpad. But you cannot fault a fanfic for being a fanfic, let's be for real right now. Oh, my bad. Sorry, Venturine. I just hit him in the face. Anyway, she's sparring with Alaric on the frozen lake, and she is seconds away from losing. And so, what does that say? Apart? I don't know. Oh, they're inches apart. See, I can't read my own handwriting. They're inches away from each other. And he's tall enough she had to lift her chin to meet his gaze. He's just this hulk of a man, and she's so little and petite. I'm little and petite. And you know what pisses me off? When that's a fucking trope. Because, dude, you don't think about it. I guess that's the thing that's annoying, is you don't think about it, right? When you're short, you don't think about it. It gets to a point where every single person you have to look up to. So you stop caring if you have to look up to. You notice when someone's like 6'5" and you have to go like, that's when you notice, because it gets annoying. Because you're like tense, right? Because it's like your neck is all the way craned up. Ugh, so embarrassing too. I hate tall people. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is though, there is the trope where he's so big and she fits so perfectly in his arms. I hate it. I don't even mind petite female-leaning characters if it's done well. And it was tropey in this one. I'll say that. Anyway, we learn that she's the last Lightweaver. This is Alaric's perspective, so he's like, I didn't even know that this existed anymore. She hits him. Okay, so she like head bumps him to like disarm him and then like stabs him in the shoulder. Because like the way that the light weaving works, it's Star Wars. They're basically lightsabers. Basically lightsabers. And so she makes like a sword with her light weaving and she stabs him and then she runs away. So she's able to get away. She's able to retreat. And she got a hit on him too. That was great. But it returns to her POV where she's with the troop. Sol, the new husband, whom we don't really care about because we didn't get to see him much, he died. He died in the war. He died in this battle. So, oops. Anyway, I wrote, oh my god, quirky. I don't know what that's in reference to. That says page 33, paragraph 4. Give me 1 second. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's what I meant. It has the, like, contemporary fiction. Oh, that's what I meant. So she's supposed to be, like, super sharp and witty and, like, has, like, a tongue of steel or whatever. And so it says, why do I get a feeling, sir, she quickly added when Bashima shot her a pointed look, that this she we're talking about is in fact me. She says stuff like this throughout the book. She's so quirky, she's so different. That kind of did piss me off. But you know what? Alaric made up for it, because goddamn did Alaric, I hated him at first, but he really got on my good side eventually. I give Alaric a pass. Alaric grew on me. Anyway. It's definitely a quirky... Oh, that's not what I said. It's definitely going to mention his eyes a lot. So she thinks about Alaric a lot throughout this book. She's constantly thinking about Alaric, and every single time she thinks about him, she thinks about his eyes. Girl, be for real right now. Every time he's on page. Every time he's on page, she mentions his eyes. Every time she thinks about him, she mentions his eyes, constantly. And I mean, it isn't, again, it's not as egregious as Grayson, because at least with Alaric, it's only mentioned once and then she moves on. With Inheritance Games, Grayson's eyes were mentioned at least 3 times a page. At a certain point, it was, Anyway, mentions his eyes, enemies to lovers. I already wrote that. I think I was saying, like, situational comedy-esque lines where it's supposed to be almost like a rom-com, where it was like, what's the joke? Where it's like, are they talking about me? Like, those kinds of lines. What's the one where it's like, well, things couldn't get worse. Where it's like, it's supposed to be like dramatic irony. Not dramatic irony. Dramatic irony is when the characters don't know. Like situational irony or something, or like verbal irony. God, I'm just listing all the irony types. It's like this form of irony where it's like, well, at least it couldn't get any worse. And then like they blow up. It's kind of giving that at the start where it's, anyway. A lot of like funny, witty dialogue. I don't think it was very witty. There were points where I was chuckling, mainly at Alaric. I think Alaric's hilarious, but, you know, Taliesin I didn't think was very sharp. Not that she's stupid, but I didn't think that she was, like, overly intelligent. Anyway. They found basically a spire in an enemy kingdom. Okay. So, her and Alaric, right, they're trying to, like, so... Okay, I remember. When she went to speak with the boss, they said, hey dude, there's this thing for you to commune with. There's these severs. Since all the Lightweavers were killed, right, part of how they like connect to their powers is through these severs. And because the severs were all destroyed, Taliesin had nothing to commune with, but they found one in a foreign country, the Nenevar Dominion. And so they say, hey Taliesin, you need to go and commune with this light sever. So I'm kind of skipping through here, right? So she needs to go because this is how she'll be able to strengthen her powers. Because she doesn't entirely have control over them. She was never taught by a Lightweaver. She was taught by a shadow, whatever the fuck the other word is. It's always like compound words. I don't remember. It's like shadow. God, I really don't remember. The shadow severs, light weave. God, I'm not gonna remember. Shadow something or other. Shadow magic. Oh, it's shadow magic. That's basically the whole point. And so she feels a connection to this place. So she's like, yeah, I'll go. She's 100% willing. They have to sneak her in though because they're a reclusive country. They don't want people coming in. So she has to like sneak in through the borders. So she goes foreshadowing. Foreshadowing. Why do I not know how to read? Okay, foreshadowing. Talking to Kay. Who's Kay? I think Cade about the journey and soul, and feels quite lonely. She's glad she never belonged to someone because she'll never okay. She starts to talk about how, oh, I'm glad that I've never connected to someone like Cade and Soul connected, because I'll never experience the pain that Cade is feeling after losing her husband. So it's supposed to be foreshadowing, because she does eventually find someone like that. Anyway. She says, thank the gods that I will never love someone that much. Again, foreshadowing. They lost the battle, whoop-de-doo. I mean, it's this little ragtag group trying to go against an empire. It gives you at the start, like, this feeling like, oh, the underdog's gonna win. Spoiler alert, they don't. But we'll get there. Anyway, so Taliesin is told, they have 2 territories left. Oh, they've lost most of their land. So they're probably gonna... I don't know why the phone just got brighter. They lost most of the land, so they're probably gonna lose. I mean, they do. Spoiler alert, they do. But, anyway. She sets off to go to this place. Alaric, there's the twin trope. I hate the twin trope, where it's identical twins, and they're like the exact same, and they dress the exact same, and they look the exact same, and they act the exact same. I'm a twin. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. 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 Because the thing is, right? Hang on. They have, like, the same name, too. They're basically, it's not even the same name. They're basically just called, like, Twin 1 and Twin 2. And every time they're mentioned, it's the twins. Stop it. Twins are their own individual people. God. You don't see my twin here. God, I don't even remember what their names are. I didn't pay attention. I don't care about them. I kind of blocked them out of my memory. Their names were at least different enough. Nizini and Ilias. I don't know how they're supposed to be pronounced, if I'm being perfectly honest. But it does do the kind of like finishing each other's sentences thing. Stop. Stop. And it'll be like two identical sets of eyes. Shut up, dude. Shut up. Anyway. We learn that there's a lightsaber in the ex-Sardovian nation state that they just reclaimed. Well, not reclaimed. That they just took over. And so Alaric's folks are all destroying it. And Alaric gets message from a pigeon, because they use messaging pigeons in the Sardovian Allfold. So we learn very quickly, okay, this is a traitor. We just don't know who the traitor is. The Night Empire uses ravens or crows or something. I don't know. They're emo. I say that and I have like a raven phone case. Oh my god, stop. Stop. Is this about us? Anyway. He gets a note. To his father, because he actively tries not to kill. Oh! I literally cannot read my own handwriting. Oh my god. That's actually kind of embarrassing. Okay. So, this is in Alaric's perspective, if it isn't obvious by now. And Alaric... Oh my god. This is gonna be such a mess of a video, because I don't know if I'm gonna have the time to edit it. Anyway, Alaric is contrasted to his father, because Alaric is choosing not to kill ex-Sardovian people, because, well, now they're my people. Right, they used to live here, but since they still live here, they are my people since we took over the land. You shouldn't be treated poorly because you are still my people. My toe hurts. I don't know why. Anyway. And then I wrote, I still don't like him. Just wait and see. I don't even remember the point where I started to like him. But I did. Anyway. So, there's a silent narrative shift for Alaric. Almost less flowery. Slight narrative shift. Throughout the story, as it shifts more to Alaric's perspective and we get to know him a bit more, his POV is vastly different from Taliesin's. But at the start, they sounded very similar, except Taliesin was a lot more descriptive and Alaric was not. So that was something that I felt developed really well throughout the story, and I did really appreciate. So anyway, what I was talking about. A Perrier pigeon... I don't even know what the fuck that says. A carrier pigeon, basically, okay. I'm not even gonna try to read that. A carrier pigeon gives Alaric a note, and they know that it's probably a Sardovian messenger because they only use ravens. So, okay, we learn probably a traitor, right? There's probably treason going on. Because the note tells Alaric, we learn later, right? It's telling Alaric where Taliesin is actively going so that he has a chance to kill her. Guess what he never does? He never kills her. Anyway. So, he goes, like, he's like, okay, peace out, guys. I'm leaving. They go, what about your father? And he goes, he'd approve of this. His father does not approve of it. But he just goes and fucks off. So, he was told where Taliesin was headed to, and so he's gonna hunt her down. And then I wrote, she's 20, he's 26. I don't like that age gap. And like 20 to 26 isn't nearly as egregious as it is for a lot of YA. A lot of YA, it's like 16 and 21. That's weird. But I still think 20 and 26 is weird because like I'm in college. The difference between just junior aged college students and freshman college students, vastly different. So imagine like you're almost done with college and like you've been out of college for 5 years. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. And also like 20 versus 26, 25, around 25 is where your brain is fully developed. So you have like this girl who's just turned 20, like just became not a teenager, yay! And then he's like fully developed. I didn't like that. But I give it a pass for Alaric because I really like Alaric. Anyway, that's not the point. God, I need Alaric. I need him. Oh, I need him. Okay, we'll get into it. I need him though. I need Alaric. Anyway, Alaric is kind of funny in a dry way. Last paragraph, page 56. So, let me read that for you. What does it say? If it wasn't, and the worst case scenario happened, the Night Emperor would find out that his heir had angered the Queen of the Nenevar Dominion, which I'm never going to attempt to pronounce because I don't want to, by trespassing on her realm. Either way, the consequences were going to be severe. It would be far kinder, Alaric thought sardonically, for the Nenevarine to execute him instead of handing him back to his father. Still, there was no other choice. In all his 26 years, Alaric had never seen the Sardovian Lightweeder's ilk before. She was a slip of a thing who bulldozed her way through combat with willpower like iron, besting him and one of his deadliest legionnaires, even though she had neither legitimate training nor regular access to a nexus point. With the latter, there was a very real possibility that she would be unstoppable. So, Alaric, his perspective, I felt was very nice. I really liked his perspective. I liked reading from him. And he also, there were quite a few times where he'd say something where I'd like giggle. Like, it was funny. He's funny. I don't know if I wrote any of the funny quotes down. I probably did, but I'll get to it. And eventually, probably, I don't know. She was fine. He was left concerned? Cornered? Concaned? I don't know what that says. Concerned? we learn that his father is abusive. I don't know how to read my own handwriting. And we've learned that his father, sorry, oh my god, I just did it again. We learn that his father is abusive. Page 57, paragraph 3, end, I wrote. What? What? Okay, I don't even know what that was supposed to be in reference to. We're just moving on. We learned that he's abusive, though, and we learn this throughout the text because, like, Alaric is, like, afraid of him, and, like, he starts to, like, hide stuff from him so that his father doesn't, you know, it's the, you know. Anyway, will bond over shared trauma. They do bond over shared trauma because she had abusive caretakers and he had an abusive caretaker. His mom, we learn, fled the nation as his father started becoming more like dictatorial. And I think part of Alaric's gripe is that she didn't leave with him, even though she offered, we learn later on, she offered for him to come with, and Alaric chose to stay. But, you know, the semantics. So, okay. Theme, there are two sides to every story. So Alaric really, like, they think he's a bad guy, but really, he's just traumatized or something. I don't know. Alaric is more of a puppet to his father throughout the story. All of his bad actions are justified by, oh, well, he didn't have a choice, which was a choice. I felt like, you know, that out of the things that you could have done, it's not too bad. It does make him a lot less shitty, so I'll give that to him. He is without a mother. We learn that, like, trauma bond with Alaric and his father, where he was proud to be his son. And later on, as he talks to Taliesin and Taliesin starts to question his father's authority, he starts to kind of backtrack on this, which was very interesting. He learns her name. Anyway, her people probably ratted her out. Her two commanders from the Night Empire. So there were two people that were from the Night Empire that traded against them because they didn't like the current king. Later on we find out that it's not one of them that ratted her out, but that was my guess. And I was wrong, and that's actually kind of pleasant. I like when I can guess something in a book and be wrong because that means it's not predictable. So anyway, and it was also a plot twist where it did make sense, right? When we started to see the characters' interactions and look back on how they acted, it made perfect sense. And it was like, how did I not say that earlier, right? So I did really like that. Some of it was predictable, but some of it was like, even if you didn't predict it, it still made sense. So that was nice. It's kind of funny. I'm talking about Alaric in this, I think. I really liked Alaric. 3. Or is this is Taliesin's perspective. Oh, I think I was writing that I was relating to the ocean. I live in a desert where there's not much water. And so it was like her seeing the ocean. I was like, I relate to that really heavily. Like when you're driving out and you start to see the ocean, like you don't even register at first that like that's the ocean. Because it's like, I'm so used to looking out and seeing mountains, and all of a sudden I look out and it's just blue. Just a flat blue line. And to go like, oh damn, that's water? Like it is a really cool thing. And like, yeah, nature's really pretty. The splendor of nature. Anyway. The palm trees. I wrote, feels anachronistic. This is a completely different planet, but they have our planet's plants. Anyway, they also have sugarcane. Our planet's plants. I don't overly care when fantasy books do this, but it is slightly annoying just because it's like, if you're going to make it so obviously a different world, why not make different plants too? You know what I mean? Anyway, like Star Wars kind of did that, where it was like the planets were unique in their own sense. But anyway, she lands and hikes. She hates the humidity because she grew up in a desert. And something in jungle. God, it looks like a different language. I can't. Vivid imagery. Yay. Keeps telling us how drawn to the place. Okay. It keeps establishing how, like, Taliesin really likes this place. And it then introduces, I think, a flashback? She has... she just feels, doesn't feel expanded with each mention. I got distracted by what I wrote, later. I'll read that in a second. Every time it mentions that she feels attracted to this place, it doesn't expand upon it, which was kind of frustrating, because it was like, I feel drawn, instead of, I don't know. I felt like it could have been done a little better. She does eventually have a flashback to, like, leaving the place or something. I don't know. But I wrote, still giving Star Wars, hashtag when Han and Chewbacca landed the Millennium Falcon in that jungle or something. And then I wrote hashtag I don't know Star Wars. So then on page 65, again, that quirky dialogue, she goes, oh, story of my life. Where does it say that? Maybe it wasn't 65. I don't know. Anyway, it's still the, like, oh, she's so quirky, she's so different, she's so unique. I wrote, so quirky, ruined my mood. That's what I wrote there. She climbs a tree, and she's looking at the ocean from the tree, and then she has that flashback where she was, like, there was, like, some woman with, like, rough hands, and she's, like, telling her, like, oh, you gotta go, whatever, blah, 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 like, something, I don't know. And she has, like, the feeling like, I've been here before, and she cries for the first time in years, or something. She doesn't even realize that she's crying until she cries. I don't know. And so I wrote, this feels very circa 2015, 2016, but it was written 2020, AO3, sequel, question mark? Monsoon Rising. I started doing research at this point because I got distracted. Anyway. Because I was like, this feels very circa 2015, 2016, and I looked it up. And it was not. It was during COVID, during quarantine. So, anyway. It starts to rain, and she sleeps it off, and has the dream again. Where it's some woman comforting her, and calls her a different name, but she can't remember the name. And then I wrote, haha, ... Page 67, paragraph 2 to end. Actual laugh. Oh, actual laugh. Haha. What? Wait. I don't know what that means. Actual laugh? Why did I do, like, an ellipses? Oh, 67. That's why. Tell anyone what? No, Vila had told her that, right? Oh, she's just saying, like, oh, I'm going mad in the heat. And I was like, haha. Paragraph, second to end. Second to end. Yeah, that's what that is. She's just... I get it. I should just write it on a thing that I can read. I don't know why I did this to myself. Anyway, it says, Taliesin said, because she apparently was in the habit of talking to herself now. I, like, genuinely laughed at that. I was like, oh, that's kind of funny. Anyway, I'm talking to myself right now, but you get to see it. This video is going to be really annoying to watch, and I apologize. I'm so sorry. If you have 7 hours of time, because it's going to be so long. Ugh. Hope it's not 7 hours. Damn. Anyway. A strange Metallic like ozone. Oh, this was just a pet peeve. It said a strange taste, metallic like ozone. Ozone does not have a taste, nor does it taste metallic. Ozone might smell metallic, but it does not taste. Ozone is just 3 oxygens covalently bound to each other. Ozone does not have a taste. Nuh-uh. Also, how do you know what ozone fucking smells like anyway? It's up there. Way up there. Also, they have ozone in this world? Not the point. Ozone doesn't have a taste, nor is it metallic. Ozone is a non-metal. It does smell. It smells pungent and somewhat clean, does that say? Scent can be metallic. It does have a scent, not that scent. Anyway, she reaches the shrine, and I wrote insert quote, page 68, paragraph last, where it says, "How are you even here?" she demanded. She wasn't enthused about how shrilly her words emerged from her lips, but she was so annoyed with him, and he was standing so incredibly close to her. "How did you find me?" So Alaric got there about the same time that she did, which is great. This is what I'm picturing the thing to look like. This is from Star Wars. Yeah, but like it's on land, it's in a jungle, and it's overgrown with vines. This is about how broad I imagine it. And then later, I imagine the same thing, like a quarter of the size. The moons together are really... Oh, I wrote, the moons together are really fucking bright, I guess. Page 69, paragraph 1. Oh, wait. 68. I read the wrong paragraph. That was just describing the... I'm not reading it. I read the wrong one. Oops, it's just describing the hangar. I already described the hangar to you. Paragraph 60, page 69. What does this have to do? The 7 moons circled the heavens, raining down a light that was as bright as day. Now, why would that be the case? Why would moons be as bright as day? What would the point in that be? If you have 7 full moons that end up being as bright as the day, then why have moons in the first place? Also, the moon's not that fucking bright. I'd imagine if you have 7 of them, it's not gonna be that much. Well, I don't know. Point being, wouldn't that mess up? What would this do to the trout population? Like, let's be fucking for real right now. Anyway. And then I wrote next line is a run-on. We get the picture. He's there. He beat her. He's called the Phantom of the Night Empire. He's not actually called the Phantom of the Night Empire, but I was like, oh, Phantom of the Opera joke. And now reading it back, I'm like, that wasn't funny at all. But you know what? Sometimes jokes are just hit or miss. And I think I'm hilarious in the moment. Anything from the past, it's not funny anymore. Anyway, so she doesn't freeze, immediately lunges, narrowed silver eyes. Paragraph 69, page 69, not paragraph. God, imagine if there were 69 paragraphs, that would be insane. Anyway, obsidian mask. This was more of a pet peeve because it's like obsidian isn't very protective. It's glass. It's volcanic glass. That'd be like if you were to wear a sheet of glass in front of you and be like, oh, this works, right? No. Get shot once at that, you're dead. Like, you got glass all up in your skin. But whatever. That's beside the point. Imagine it... Oh, I'm not going that far. It's like, imagine it goes in your eye. No. Anyway, wrote awful material. So they're fighting. Because that's what they do throughout the text, because it's an enemies to lovers. Alaric grew on me. Alaric has been talking for about 2 chapters now, and I already like him. Page 70, exchange. So Alaric beats her to the place and he says, "You've been practicing," he told her. She blinked at him through the haze of their intersected magic. "There is some improvement in your comeback technique. I mean," he clarified. "I know what you meant," she snapped. "Do you make it a habit to compliment everyone who's trying to kill you?" "Not everyone." His eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. "Just you. And that was hardly a compliment. I'm merely relieved that you're much more interesting to duel now." And then, so they keep fighting. Taliesin's like, "Oh, I'm kind of enjoying fighting him." And then she's like, "He's wasting my time." She has a lot of mixed feelings from the start. Stop moving. It's kind of like insta-love in a sense. Anyway. Then she goes, "How are you even here? How did you find me?" "You have a traitor in your ranks," he said it matter-of-factly, and that was somehow much worse. So much worse than if he'd been smug. "Your people are switching sides because they know the war is already lost. Calm down, it was only one person." And then they keep fighting. She, I think, kind of like pins him. They pin each other a lot. It's actually kind of sus. Anyway, "I must admit, I went too easy on you." Back on the lake, Alaric assumed an opening stance of his own, the hilt of the trident angled to the ground. He felt his feet closely spaced. "You've proven to be far too much trouble. Consider my misplaced compassion formally rescinded." You and I have very different definitions of passion. And so, like, they're constantly having this where it's like they're going back and forth and it's supposed to be like witty and funny and ha 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 ha. And so he goes, "Given our respective objectives, it would probably save a lot of time if we died together." And she says, "You talk too much." I like actually laughed at that. I think I wrote that down too. Where there's a traitor. Yeah, I wrote, "You talk too much." I thought that was a genuinely funny quote because it's like usually the dynamic is like the girl over talks and the guy's like silent, and it's kind of opposite where you have like a sardonic, overly talkative Alaric, and then Taliesin's like, "I'm going to murder you in your sleep, like stop talking to me." It's actually really enjoyable. I like how it's kind of like flipping the dynamic. So then they get caught. There's these things. Shadowgate. It's called the Shadowgate. That's why I couldn't think of the word, because gate is just so random. Okay, anyway. Basically, they both feel their magic leaving their body. And they're like, "What is happening?" And like security guards from the area are basically like, "Stop fighting!" And they have these like cages with these, they're like bird cages, they look like, but you can't see through them. And it's like, that has to be what's stopping their power, right? They're apprehended. They're in jail. Okay. They get put in jail. What is it? So they're like knocked out and they wake up and they're in jail. So Taliesin wakes up after Alaric does. So Alaric's been sitting there as Taliesin's like unconscious. We have, "If we manage to get out of this alive, I'm going to wring your neck." Page 73, paragraph 3. Oh, so this is as they're being arrested. Taliesin's like, "You ruined my mission. If we escape, you're dead." And then he says, "If," because he's like pretty sure that they're gonna kill them because they're like traitors on a land that's not very happy with foreigners. Anyway, so the guard of this place, like the main guy, seems to recognize Taliesin. And so by the time that she's awake, they start like, so I wrote, "My bet he's her dad." So they're knocked out. And then I wrote cringy prose again, because it says, she felt lit from within by a rush of heat and static as several beams collided with her form, and then M dash. Space. M dash. Darkness. Ellipses. That's what that says. It's very circa 2020, but you know what? We're kind of here for it. Not fully, Only like 30% here for it. Anyway, so in case you forgot, his eyes are gray. In case you forgot. They wake up and they talk. They're in the same cell, which I did not understand at first. I thought they were in two different cells, and then she goes up to him and she like pins him. She's like, and so they're in the same cell. I don't know why you would put two prisoners in the same cell. That's an awful idea, especially when they committed a crime together. It's not the point. The point is, they're in the same cell, and she's so little. Because on page 77, he's just like looming above her. She's so little. And I wrote, pissing me off. Hang on, I'll read the quote. It's 77 paragraph 2. It says, Taliesin sprang to her feet, agitated, and crossed the distance between them. You were the one who followed me all the way to Nenevar to pick a fight, she yelled, looming over him, as much as she could loom anyway. She had the advantage of barely an inch, even though he was sitting down. The shrine was abandoned. I could have easily gotten in and out with the Dominion none the wiser, but you interfered. And so then he stands up and he's like looming over her. Be so for real right now. Anyway, because later on it becomes like the romance thing where it's like, oh, she fits so perfectly in my arms. Anyway, so she thirsts over his irritatingly solid chest. Where does it say that? So she's like smelling him. She's like smelling him, and she's let me just read this. She's like, so Alaric stood up, crowding Taliesin in the space that she refused to cede to him. She attempted to pull her hand out of his grip, but he tightened it, nearly hard enough to bruise. He was so close she could smell him, the sweat and smoke of battle mingling with the lingering balsamic spice of sandalwood water. It was a heady combination, and coupled with the wrath in his star-cut eyes, she felt as though she would drown in him, but held her ground, lifting her chin, baring her teeth. So they're kind of like about to fight. She's like, tell me who's the traitor. And then, basically the guards come in and they're like, can you two stop? Because they, I didn't mention this. When they found them at the altar, right? They were like Alaric was pinning Taliesin down. Taliesin is now instigating him. So Alaric like flips her over, pinning her down. So let me just read this to you, right? Where does he pin her? He pounced too fast for her to react. Before she knew it, he'd swept her onto her back, on his mattress, and he'd pinned her down, the cot groaning under their combined weight. He clasped her shoulders loosely as she lay sprawled beneath him, the clawed tip of one gauntlet finger dragged along the side of her neck, raking a path of heat and static across her skin. And then I'm skipping down. She stared at him. Was he hinting at an impending attack? She had to go back. She had to warn everyone. The door to the cell creaked open, and the officer who had apprehended them at the ruins walks in. He stopped in his tracks, raising an eyebrow at the sight of Alaric frozen above Taliesin on the cot. It would seem that this is a habit for the two of you, he commented wryly. So, okay. Embarrassing for them. This is not the last time this happens, by the way. Anyway, so, continuing to... Then, does it say... Oh, she punches him, and I wrote, yay! I don't know if I was sarcastic or not. He pins her again. His eyes are gray, silver like the moonlight. And then, yeah, this would appear to be a habit of the two of you. I quoted Officer Dad. We'll get to it. Very soon we'll get to it, whether or not I'm right on that theory. But I was pretty close, actually. I was pretty damn close. So, okay. They're starting to be interrogated. They're being interrogated separately. And so there's more foreshadowing at him being her dad. He's not. But I was pretty damn close. So some prince was brought in to interrogate her. I wrote, no, the prince. Recognizing her. Her description checks. He's her dad. Looks like Prince's late wife. She's... Fine, because if he is, she's pissed because if he is, paragraph 3 at page 89. Is that 89? Oh, that's 88. That's why I'm not finding it. She says, you can't be my family. She snarled at Alagby. I don't know how his name is pronounced. As a horrible aching sensation burned through her chest. Because that means, look, people dump their children all the time because they can't provide for them or keep them safe. You're royalty. She practically spat out the word. So either you left me behind in Sardovia or you sent me there because you didn't want me. So she's like livid because she's like, you're all of a sudden saying like, oh, you're my daughter, I missed you, when you had abandoned me. And we find out that there was basically a civil war, and the guy that was inciting it was killing all the like descendants to the throne because he wanted to succeed the throne. This is a matrilineal society, so Taliesin was the heir, even though the other guy was the older brother, right? He didn't have a wife. So since the younger brother had a wife and a daughter, the daughter would succeed the throne because the wife didn't want to succeed the throne. And so he wanted the throne, so he got mad and he was going to kill them. So they sent Taliesin and her mother away. They were supposed to meet at Taliesin's mother's homeland because her mother was also a light weaver, but they got separated. She ended up in Sardovia and they never found her again. And so she became an orphan in Sardovia where she was struggling and then oh my god, and then she ended up becoming a soldier because with her powers she was very valuable. So Alaric, he's taking the opportunity while they're all distracted to escape, and so he's like basically like stabbing the like guards or whatever, getting his way through. She chases after him and they fight and escape. So they both leave. She goes back to Sardovia to tell them because Alaric was like threatening her. So she's like, oh my god, they have an attack. And then Alaric is like, oh my god, I can't tell my dad that I ran into the Light Weaver again and didn't kill her. Because mind you, Alaric woke up before her. So he could have strangled her even if he didn't have his magic. He chose not to kill Taliesin. Every single time he ran into her, he chose not to kill her. So prose. I said by this point, I feel like the prose has gained its bearings. Both stole a ship. So they both steal a ship. Alaric takes it to their homeland because the magic they ran into, neither of them are familiar with. They didn't know this magic existed. This is something that Dominion has been hoarding. This knowledge they've been keeping from everyone else. So the both of them, they're like, this could be really valuable. So Alaric steals it. Taliesin does not. Taliesin takes it just to get back to her coracle and flies her coracle away. Alaric steals it so that they can eventually make more of this magic. I might do this in 2 recording sessions, if I'm being honest. I'm gonna get a little farther, but I might stop recording and finish recording tomorrow. But okay, so Alaric gushes over the ingenuity of the engineering, and then he remembers, oh shit, Taliesin also has one. This is how I'm imagining them to be, like, they're like doing like an airship fight battle thing like Star Wars does. Alaric is being snarky. It's his POV. I like snarky. Alaric's my little sassy queen. That's what I wrote here. Asks, blocking their something, I don't know, contained something, symbolism. I can't read it. Anyway, she lets him go to find her wasp, and then her wasp is her coracle. And there's, Vila was her, oh, my theory is that Vila was her, what does that say? Milk something. Like, do you know in Romeo and Juliet who the maid was? Or like, what's her fucking, wet nurse. Basically like a wet nurse. That's her milk nurse, wet nurse, same thing. That was a incorrect theory. Oopsies. Anyway. Taliesin swears to go back to the Dominion, flies home, immediately decks Darius. I think she like punches him. She's like pissed off. She's like, you betrayed us? And he's like, we're not gonna win. They don't, but it's mainly because it did. It's mainly because of Darius. Anyway, they need to prepare. So we get to chapter 10, which is about 22% of the way through. Chapter 10, I believe, it's not the last, but chapter 10, they lose the war. Like, I genuinely thought it was going to be like the war was throughout the entire book and they were going to win at the end. No, they lost the war. That plot line is finished by chapter 10. They lose the war. And Alaric still lets her go. Alaric could have easily killed her because they ran hand in hand again, but he doesn't. He lets her go. And so initially thought that they would win because she's the main character. And so I was like, oh, that's realistic. I don't know if I like that. So throughout the text, Taliesin is really, it's the Hurricane Wars because Taliesin is thinking, okay, I'm going to help my people. We're going to start another war. We're going to reclaim our land, right? That's her thought process. Doesn't happen in this book, but that's what she's planning, right? Very prose heavy text, not much dialogue, which for this book I feel like worked out really well because Taliesin's not very talkative. And again, the prose is really strong, so I don't mind having less dialogue for stronger prose. So 1 month, lost 2 nation states, only have the capital left. Vila's about to die, she doesn't, she survives. Oh yay! Anyway, Taliesin's holding off Alaric's friends, he intervenes. This is before they lost the war, I'm recapping. She runs into the twins, and then Alaric's one other friend who becomes pretty important. His name is, he has one. Let me find it. I think it starts with an S? Question mark? His name is damn, I don't know what his name is. She's fighting his 3 friends, who are not really his friends, but the one guy's more of his friends than the twins are. But Severame is his name. He becomes pretty important because he becomes basically like Alaric's personal guard throughout the rest of the story. I really like Severame. He's pretty funny. Anyway, I like Alaric and I like Severame, but their dynamic is also really funny. But she's fighting them off. Alaric is basically like, oh, that's not a bug. Alaric is basically like, hey, this one's mine, back off. And so, because he's like, I have a score to settle with this one. And I did mention she uses the word retorted a lot. I don't like that. I don't like the word retorted as much, apparently, as the Guanzan. I felt like a lot of the time it was trying to just make it like, oh, she's so snarky. And it just wasn't a good retort. Anyway, point being, his eyes are still gray. Each chapter has the nation's crest for Taliesin at the beginning. So we have a phoenix right now for the Sardovian Allfold. Later on, because as I mentioned, they lose. She goes to the Nenevar Dominion, right? Because she just found out that she might be the princess there. It ends up being their crest, and that's really cool. So anyway, what the point is it's in 2 parts. Part 1 is the part where the Sardovian Allfold is her country, and part 2 is where the Dominion is. Because, again, the Allfold loses. So, Alaric seems upset. He probably didn't want to do this. We learn, like, oh, he probably doesn't really like the war. Thank you, Alaric. She knocks him over, and then before her possible killing blow, a pillar falls over. And so the both of them, okay, I guess backing up. When they were at the Dominion, right, they go to fight each other. The guards went to throw, like, the magic that they had to, like, knock him out again. And the 2 of them before even like thinking about it, the two of them basically teamed up in order to stop that attack. So they threw their magic together, and the Shadow Gate and the Lightweave like mixed together, and it created a shield, and it stopped the magic, and they'd never seen that before. So they do it again without thinking. And they're basically able to prevent the pillar from falling on them. And then while they're inside this little bubble shield that they've created together, they look at each other and they're like talking, and he's basically like, oh, I said read 116 exchange. So they're basically like fighting. And he says, you could come with me. His words tumbled out too quickly to have been thought through. This phenomenon, this merging of our abilities, we can study it together. Talzin's jaw dropped. The man was 2 shells short of a full rig, and she was too, because it was her turn to speak without thinking. Because instead of telling Alaric she would rather eat dirt than go anywhere with him, what she said was, your father would never allow that. His gaze flickered. He almost, very nearly, seemed to flinch. What a strange person, she mused, with no small amount of awe at his gall. It wasn't that she wasn't curious about the barriers that she could apparently create with him, but do you honestly expect me to believe that the Night Emperor would welcome a Lightweaver into his ranks with open arms? Talzin demanded. It suddenly hit her that this was the Night Emperor's son, that this was what the Night Emperor's son had been up to. She narrowed her eyes. Do you really think I would fall for such an obvious trap? That I'd be so grateful for the chance to save my own skin that I'd throw away all common sense? The more she took Alaric to task, the more color leached into his skin. She presumed him incapable of anything as common as flushing, but his thick dark hair had been so disheveled by stormship winds and the battlegrounds that the tips of his ears peeked out, and they were as red as the eclipse. The anger she had nursed for him and all his ilk didn't recede exactly, but it was dulled by something, it was somewhat dulled by confusion. What was wrong with him? Never mind, Alaric gritted out, abruptly vicious. Forget I said anything. And so then Alaric says goodbye, and she's like, you're not gonna kill me? And he's kind of just like, the battle's lost, sorry, why would I kill you? I'm not my dad. But he doesn't actually say it like that. That's kind of what he's inferring, you know? And so anyway, they all retreat. They've lost a lot of people, a lot of manpower. She talks to her people. She's kind of coming up with a plan. I felt the portrayal of grief and trauma was really good. And so she says, okay, I went to the Dominion. This is what happened. They think I'm the heir to the throne. Maybe they'll help us. So they travel to the Dominion. And they're allowed an audience and are watched and are met by the dragons. The Dominion allegedly has dragons, but no one has ever seen them. And with the stories of how massive they were, people assumed that they didn't actually have them, but it turns out they live under the water. So they come out and they're like meters tall, like gigantic things. And they're like, oh my god, these things could kill us. If we even had one dragon, like we could have won against the Night Empire. And so the dad lets them in, right? The prince. And they go and speak with the queen. The queen says, sure, your people can rest here if you become my heir. And Taliesin is like, I feel like there's more of an if here, but I'd do anything to protect my people. Also, at this point, Cade, MIA. We don't know where she is. She's missing. She was dismissed because they found out that she was pregnant. And so after being dismissed, we don't know if the Night Empire besieged her or if she died or if she was able to escape. We don't know where she went because she started directing escape routes for the common folk because she wasn't allowed to fight. So we don't know where she is. And so Taliesin's like, if they're protected, I can maybe search for Cade, right? Because this is her best friend. This is her only friend. So anyway, we cut to Alaric. He's regretting letting her go or something. I don't know. He's like, oh, he might rebel. Leading up to part 2. What does it say? it's shifting frequently between POVs. Alaric's father is ailing. And so at the very end of part 1, which I might end the recording now since I'm at the end of part 1, which is the end of chapter 14. And then I'll record the next part tomorrow and Saturday, because tomorrow I work. But yes, the last bit of action that happens in part 1 is that Alaric, because his father is unwell, Alaric takes the throne. So Alaric is now the Knight Emperor. What time is it? It's almost 9. It's almost 2 hours into the recording. We'll see. So it's only 44 pages left. We can get through that. I've already gotten through 50. Okay. I'm getting through this part quicker because I'm just going over the plot. I've kind of talked about my prose analysis, and I'll do a little more in depth in a bit. But anyway, part two. It's 4 months later. Taliesin's going through princess training. Taliesin's friend is still missing. They never found her after the retreat. Oops. Alaric has succeeded the throne and is making his way to the Dominion. He's gonna fight the Dominion. He's basically like, we're gonna kill you guys. So family bonding time. I really like her dad. He's a bit of a wet blanket though. So he's sharing video footage of her mother because her mother died. Because her mother was a light weaver, right? The main reason Taliesin's alive is because she ended up on Sardovia instead on accident. So that mistake, her being misplaced, ended up saving her life, right? Because basically a light weaver killed Alaric's grandfather. So Alaric's father, when he succeeded the throne, was very vengeful. So he went after the light weavers and killed all of them. And there's a land that the light weavers come from. Because it's usually like, it's a regional thing. So one region has one power. And so because at that point, her mother happened to go there because there was some whatever conflict during that point with the light weavers, her mother was killed. It was the one time that the Dominion stepped into external conflicts, and so they decided never again. This was a catastrophe. We're never having this again. So, yeah, basically, Taliesin ending up in the wrong spot was what saved her life. And so she's watching videos of her as an infant with her mother. They're not called videos, but that's basically what they are. And I'm not going to tell you what they're actually called because I frankly don't care. Okay. I was saying in 161, it's more I Cannot Wish You Court. In the musical Guys and Dolls, it's like a classic musical. It's, I believe Sarah it's basically 2 different love stories that's going on. One is a girl named Adelaide with her fiance, Nathan. They've been engaged for 14 years. Adelaide is starting to feel sick because she's getting like this sort of psychosomatic whatever because they're not getting married. And she's like, why won't he marry me? And so it's starting to make her just sick to her stomach. Sarah is a church girl. She has never been in love before. She has never met anyone before that she's been interested in. Nathan's a gambler. Adelaide's a hotbox girl. So Nathan's buddy, Sky, is also a gambler. And so it's a love story between a gambler and a church girl, where she's like, hey, you gotta stop doing that. That's ungodly. He does eventually stop at the end, and he converts, and they're like, oh, happy, whatever. But before she meets him, or during the time where she meets him, whatever, her father sings a song to her called More I Cannot Wish You, where he's saying, but more I cannot wish you is to wish you find your love, your own true love. And so I was saying that that's kind of what this feels like, because, right, Alegby is talking about his fiery love with his wife, where it was just instant, and they just adored each other, and it was amazing, and he could never have anyone else. And he says, I want that for you too, you know. At his cryptic statement, Taliesin turned to him, not understanding what he meant. He cupped her face between both hands. Whirlwind or not, be it a lightning bolt or a slow fall, I want you to someday have what your mother and I had. I don't think there's time for that, Taliesin said dismissively. Romance was a foreign concept from her, and from what she'd learned about them, a majority of Nenevarine lords and ladies didn't seem to set much store by it either. focused as they were on power plays and financial gain. So he's like, he says, he's basically saying, like, I would have had an arranged marriage, but I chose to love someone, and I want you to make that choice too, and it's really sweet. And then he says, someday, dearest one, of course, whoever it will be, whoever it is, will have to go through me first, and I shall have no qualms with telling them they aren't good enough for you. And it's like, oh, it's super cute. Oh, father-daughter bonding time. Anyway. Oh, she's planning escape routes. She's like mapping out the castle and like figuring out where she can escape and at what times and blah 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 when security's lower. Because she wants to check on the Night Empire's whereabouts herself. She goes up and she basically, she goes up and she sees them coming in. She goes to like some black market boat trader or whatever, I don't know. She gets a boat. It's basically like a sky boat, like a ship where it flies. And she buys one, and she's like undercover because she's like the new princess or whatever. And she goes over to the coast where they are, where the Night Empire is encroaching on, and she sees that they're met with the dragons, and then they shoot one of the dragons. And she's like, oh no, what? And she accidentally connects to the radio frequency, and she hears their delegation, basically. But this is an Alaric's POV. He was met by a, like, hang on. I need to find the page that I want. He's met by, like, the delegate that's trying to be like, okay, you can come in, but... And here's about their, like... She basically says, we could go to war, or how we normally solve disputes over land is marriage. You could marry our princess, and then we both benefit because you don't kill us, and you get our resources. And so Alaric is a little suspicious because he's like, okay, you're definitely getting like the shorter end of the stick here. But he's like, you know what? I'm getting enough. We'll see. I'll decide on it. I might take you up on that, basically. Taliesin, I believe, is radioed in. But, like, she hears about it. Later on, they talk, we learn earlier on, like, political marriages are used, and so that's what was suggested by the queen. The queen knew that they were coming in, so she had already planned whatever for the delegation. And so, the envoy, something about I was saying, like, I like the envoy. The dad basically is able to negotiate with his mother to be like, I should have stood up for you, so I was able to manage to get where you can sit in on the delegation. And so Taliesin's like, how did you do that? And he was like, I have my ways. She is still my mom. And so Taliesin's not pleased. She doesn't want to marry Alaric. Alaric has no idea that the princess is Taliesin, right? He's kind of just like, I was never planning on getting married. This is honestly one of the best case scenarios because I don't even have to love her. Like, I never thought I would fall in love because my parents it didn't go well for my parents. And so honestly, like, this might be easier because then I like don't actually have to, like, neither of us actually like each other. And so Alaric, he's worrying over Taliesin. He thinks that she's dead, and he's like, oh, damn it, she's probably dead. Like, we don't know where they retreated to, like, she's probably dead. And he's like super sad. Reached the end of 178 and 179. It says, as months had worn on without any sign of her, the notion she might be dead had begun to creep up on him. It bothered him more than he cared to admit that their paths might never cross again, that he might never see her teeth clenched in a snarl and the wiry muscles of her arms straining with every pulse of radiance that she spun from her fingers. Granted, if she were still alive, that would only be prolonging the inevitable, but the last that Alaric had glimpsed of Taliesin was her unkempt braid tossing in the wind as he turned and walked away from her, amidst a tangle of smoke and ruins. And that felt wrong somehow, unceremonious and far too abrupt. He wondered, without really meaning to, what she would think if she ever heard about his impending marriage. He wondered this while feeling a vague, dull ache he didn't understand. And so we're like, oh, like, he wants to marry Taliesin, right? He's kind of fallen for Taliesin pretty quickly because he's like, oh, damn, like, she's really strong, she's independent, I really like her. He won't admit it, obviously, but, like, you know. We know that Taliesin, we know exactly what Taliesin thinks about this marriage because she does not want to marry him. She does not want to marry him at all. But he doesn't know that it's Taliesin. So he's like, damn, what does Taliesin think? And Taliesin's pissed. And I think that that's really funny. I like dramatic irony. I like when you know more than the characters. It's really fun. Anyway. So he's going to be stunned, but vehement at the marriage proceeds. I don't know. I was gonna say, like, when he finds out it's Taliesin, he's gonna be stunned, but he's gonna be like, no, I have to marry you now. Because, like, I need to learn about the light leaf. I need to be able to kill you. He's not actually gonna do it. You know that he doesn't want to. His dad does end up agreeing to the marriage, too, because he's like, yeah, this is a good idea, because we need access to the resources. Again, neither of them know that it's Taliesin. So I said read dad dialogue 179 to 180. So Taliesin cocked her head. How did you manage that? Oh, this is when he was talking about how, like, he was able to, okay, I'll just read it. Okay? Because I can't talk. I wanted to apologize. There are bags under her father's eyes. I know that you were resentful because I didn't speak up as emphatically as I should have. The Dragon Queen's word is law, Taliesin muttered. No one in the Dominion defies her. That's no excuse. You are my daughter, and I should have fought for you then and there. I have since attempted to sway her from this course. Her mind is set, but I was able to persuade her to let you attend the marriage negotiations. Taliesin cocked her head. How did you manage that? Legby flashed her a tired, solemn smile, a great deal of appealing to her Starlit Majesty's compassionate nature. At this, Taliesin snorted, as well as reminding her that the Night Empire needs to be made aware that the Lashiska, that's the Crown Princess, has power of her own. It's matrilineal. And also by promising her that I'll stop you from punching Austenast the moment you see him. Austenast is Alec's last name. So he's basically like, you don't kill him, you can stay in the delegation. Punching Austenast the moment you meet him. I'm not as young as I once was, though, so I might move a touch too slowly. So he's like, I promised her that I won't let you kill him, but, I mean, if you do, I'm not as young as I used to be, so, like, I might not be able to catch you in time. Oh, no, you might just slip away. He's not for this marriage. He's like, no, I don't want, like, I just got my daughter back. I'm not letting some man marry her. Right? Page 182. So Alaric, they start the negotiations. And Alaric, so Taliesin's all done up, right? Because this is a negotiation for, like, she's a princess now. And she used to be, like, super rugged, whatever, but now she's, like, done up all professionally. And, like, all nice and, like, she has all her jewelry and her makeup and whatever. And so Alaric, where does it say it? So the negotiations start, I believe this is from Alaric's perspective. So Alaric walks in, he's talking with everyone, he's meeting Taliesin's dad. And he's kind of sassy, you know, he's Alaric, he's a little snappy right now. And so Alaric is like, oh, nice to meet you. And then Alaric, it says, like, oh, Prince Alagby, well met. It's good of you to think so, Alagby replied with dripping sarcasm, and Alaric bit his tongue to avoid snapping. I don't want to marry your daughter either. Fine diplomacy it would be if he and the Dominion prince came to blows. And so he's like, I don't want to marry her. I want to marry Taliesin. It's not actually what he says, but like, you know, that's what he means. He doesn't want to marry her until he finds out she's Taliesin, and then he's like, well, I need to marry her. And so he brought Severin as his personal guard, and then he brought someone else named Mathir or something. Mathiri? I don't know. She's kind of working as like one of his diplomats. And so, like, he's anti-killing. He doesn't want to kill people. He hopes the dragon that they obliterated, I don't know why I wrote it like that, obliterated, is alive. So, like, Mathiri, or whatever her name is, decided to shoot the dragon, even though he said, don't fire unless I order you to. She did it anyway. Even though he's the emperor, he's kind of a figurehead right now. They know that he's not really what's in charge, it's still his father. So they're kind of going against his order, and he can't go against the elders because he just came to power. So, like, they would think he's becoming, like, too power hungry or whatever. So, like, in order to not seem too in his head, he has to just let them do, despite the fact that they're disobeying his orders as the emperor. And so he's hoping that the dragon's okay. And then so Alagby's talking to him. They mentioned, like, the cages, and they said, our people do not trust the Shadow Gate, especially when it is wielded within proximity of the the queen. I don't know how it's fucking pronounced. I don't care. The queen. They basically don't want the Shadow Gate to kill the queen, okay? That's basically what's happening. And so Alaric is like, oh, I don't care. It's just the cages are kind of ugly. He's sassy. He's a sassy little man. It says, I'm only sorry that these cages clash with your lovely decor. And then Alagby goes, I pray that you won't attempt to rectify the situation by smashing any of them and letting the Saruman loose. The Saruman is the name of the bird inside of them. The Saruman are basically like phoenixes, is how they're kind of described. They're like phoenixes, but they can, like, block powers or something. I don't know. Anyway, this is the first time he's hearing that that's the name, I think, or something. I don't know. Point being, Alaric is like, well, as long as you're hospitable, I won't need to do that. He's, like, threatening them. And he's also like, wow, this place is, like, really lavish. He says, the Dragon Queen's throne hall was deeply ostentatious. Alaric was used to Kasath, that's his empire, Kasath's streamlined architecture and the practical interiors of the storm ships, which emphasized functionality over aesthetic. He nearly stopped in his tracks upon crossing the threshold into a vast chamber, its walls paneled with gold leaf and draperies of crimson silk, its polished marble floors strewn with cream and burgundy carpets that sported intricate constellations of seed pearls and sapphires. The high vaulted ceiling was adorned with bas-relief carvings of birds and lilies and dragons, chasing one another through rollicking waves. It would have emptied out the Night Empire's treasury to decorate and maintain this space, and the people fell deathly silent when Alaric's group entered. So that, like, you can get a good feeling for her voice, right? Like, it's very vivid. It's very well done. I really like her diction in this book. I felt it was very good. I like how Guanzon spoke throughout the text. It's good. It's good. I like it. I like her descriptive prose. I felt it was very well written. It's very good. So anyway, Alaric's being sassy, and then I wrote Alaric is stupid with a sad face. They're getting ready for the negotiations. My recording ended because my phone died. My phone's charging, so hopefully it'll be good. Anyway, it did save the video, thank the Lord. And so I can finish what I'm saying. So I got to the point where I said, Alaric's stupid with a sad face. They're getting ready for the negotiations, and he gets to meet Taliesin, and he thinks she's, like, super duper pretty. And so I wrote read 187 to 188. So, Taliesin walks in. He's remembering this thing that he heard where it was saying, like, oh, Nenevarine women are the most beautiful in all the world. And it said, but beautiful couldn't even begin to describe Aluncina Ivralis. That's the name that Taliesin was given by birth, right? She wore a dress of rich ocean blue, the bodice gold-flecked and skin-tight, hanging from her bare left shoulder in an artful slash, while her right shoulder was capped by an eagle wing pauldron made entirely of gold, attached to a sleeve of what looked like golden chainmail encasing her slim arm. Her skirt was a voluminous ballooning thing studded with crystalline beadwork, the silk helm bunched up into swirling rosettes to reveal the yards of shearer gold fabric that lay beneath, every inch painstakingly embroidered with the coiled dragon that was the insignia of the Nineveh royal house. Her crown of stars and psalteries was made of gold, set with sapphires, and her eyes were dramatically rimmed with kohl, a smattering of gold dust at the edges, and there was something familiar about their tawny depths that Alaric couldn't parse. In fact, there was something about her in general that tugged at him. He was too flustered by his physical reaction to immediately decipher what it was, but when he finally did, the breath caught in his throat. She reminded him of Taliesin. Her stature, the color of her swept-back hair, even the way she moved. It was a cruel joke that he would now have to wed someone so similar to the girl who plagued his thoughts. Let's just go. Alaric bowed his head, retreating into prescribed formalities, the same way that he fell into combat forms by rote. May this signal the beginning of an amicable relationship between our two realms, and he trailed off mid-sentence as he lifted his gaze back to her features. His brain was starting to catch up, starting to realize that underneath that opulent silk and the lavish pearls, underneath the cosmetics that hid her freckles and sharpened her cheekbones and softened the strong line of her jaw, underneath all that, she was amicable relationship, Taliesin hissed, with narrowed eyes and the feral flash of teeth, and Alaric's heart all but stopped beating in his chest. Not fucking likely. So Alaric's like, ugh, this is so torturous. She reminds me of Taliesin. And then she speaks and he's like, oh my god, it is Taliesin. I get to marry Taliesin. He's really funny. I love him. Anyway. By the way, his eyes are gray. So, Alaric is like relieved. So, we get to 190. It says paragraph 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. It says, it was a petty sort of triumph that swelled in Taliesin's chest, but it quickly faded into bewilderment when something like relief spasmed across Alaric's features. The expression lasted only for a second, but just long enough for her to register its similarity to the look on many a soldier's face when the all clear was sounded. We lived to fight another day, and then it was gone. And so he's like excited because he's like, oh my god, thankfully it's Taliesin I'm about to marry. Taliesin's mad because she's like, why are you relieved now? And so then he goes back into whatever and he's like, oh, cool, awesome. So you knew that we were fighting. So like, nice one. And they're like, no, we found out that she's genuinely the heir. Like she looks exactly like her mother. And so Taliesin says, if the patrol hadn't apprehended us at the shrine, I would have never been reunited with my family. So really, I have you to thank for that. And who else sought sanctuary with you? He retorted. Am I to find Edith Vila among your retinue? Is Bashima long-lost royalty as well? I have no idea where the others are. The lie rolled off her tongue with ease, as it should. She'd rehearsed it frequently enough. I was separated from them during the retreat. If you think this is some sort of ruse, you can search the Dominion yourself. So she's like bluffing real hard. Alaric takes the bait. Alaric's like, okay. He doesn't believe her, but he takes the bait. And so then the queen's like, can you guys fucking stop? So they do. And, what was it? Her dad asks as a non-negotiable that she be treated well. So, okay, I don't know what page this is on. Where's it talk about his non-negotiables? I don't know. Basically, one of the non-negotiables, like there's like non-negotiable terms, right? Where they're like, if you can't agree to these, it's not gonna work. And Lagby is like, I know you guys don't like each other, but one of my non-negotiables is that you have to treat my daughter well. And Alaric is kind of just like, well, I'm not my dad. So anyway. So Alaric is like kind of spiraling. Yeah, this is, I think, before that point. I'm not sure. But basically, Alaric is like spiraling. So he goes, the direction of that conversation had taken drove home one very important point that Alaric had somewhat been refusing to process, but was now finally starting to sink in. Taliesin. His bride-to-be was Taliesin. He was going to marry Taliesin. He's like super excited about this. He acts like he hates her, but he's actually kind of excited about this. So Prince Alagby starts talking about the non-negotiables. It says, as long as it does not infringe on our sovereignty, this is one of our 2 non-negotiables, that Dominion law prevails in Dominion space. Alaric nodded. And what's the other non-negotiable? That my daughter is treated with the utmost kindness and respect. Alagby's eyes were dark. Alagby's dark eyes were hard as flint as he met Alaric's gaze. That never will a hand be raised to her in anger. That never will she be made to feel any less than who she is. And then Taliesin basically looks at her dad and is like, oh, she feels safe with her dad. And Alaric gets super jelly, where he's like, I've never had that with my dad. He's like, oh, I wish I could look at my parents like that. Oh, poor Alaric, my little baby. It's okay, baby. Anyway, so I wrote, Alaric is upset because his dad sucks. So the 2 verbally spar, and the meeting is adjourned. They're like, if you guys can't get along, this isn't gonna work. Like, we need you to get along for the negotiations at the very least. Like, give us something to work with, okay? So, teasing Taliesin, 199. So, Taliesin's lady-in-waiting. She's a, 16-year-old girl. Her name is Niama, I believe is how it's pronounced. And so she says, more of that sort of thing might prove beneficial to our side. The Night Empire strikes me as the type of man who's very difficult to rattle. Somehow, though, the Lashiska rattles him. I was watching him closely earlier. It seems that he can do a remarkable job at keeping a level head until prolonged interaction with Her Grace. We just really hate each other, that's all, Taliesin mumbled, embarrassed. Hate is a kind of passion, is it not? Niama countered. I'm passion? Taliesin echoed in a squawk, a hot blush suffusing her cheeks. There's no... What are you talking about? I can't stand the sight of him, and the feeling is mutual. Niama and Lueve, I don't know who that is, observed her with varying degrees of amusement. It would seem, Niama remarked with a faint grin, that Her Grace still has much to learn about the ways of men. Alagby clasped his hands over his ears, which made Ramsay burst into peals of melodious laughter. Perhaps we should stop teasing the Lashiska, she quipped. I think she's the main delegator person, or lawyer or whoever for the Dominion. Possibly. I don't remember. I doubt that Prince Alagby's tender paternal heart can take much more. And then the queen basically goes, okay, but enough joking. Taliesin, get your act together. So Taliesin's like, oh, okay. She says, govern your pride, your grace. So Taliesin's like, oh, damn. So yeah. Anyway, I think, what is it? What's happening? Alaric calls her a hag or something. No, Mathiri calls the queen a hag, and then Severim's like, oh, she's hardly a hag. He's like really horny throughout the book. He's funny. I like him. And so he's basically like, oh no, she's hot. She's hardly a hag. And he says, and secondly, that's the Night Emperor's grandmother-in-law you're talking about. Prospective grandmother-in-law, Alaric corrected. Prospect that seems to be diminishing with each passing second. To your very great sorrow, I'm sure, your majesty, Severim uttered this with enough sarcasm to make it sound like a joke, but not quite enough to disguise the shred of curiosity that lay within. Severim's already like, yeah, you obviously like Taliesin, like, what's going on there? So anyway, they're all like, this has to be a trick. And they're like, they have to be hiding the Sardovian, whoever here. Alaric knows too. At this point, he's kind of debating whether or not he's going to tell his dad. Because he's like, I don't know how my dad's going to take it that I'm going to be marrying Taliesin. And his dad does eventually go, dude, do it? You'd be stupid not to. Like, we can get their riches and then later you could kill her or something? I don't know. So, Taliesin, like, they're continuing with these negotiations. There is something that was introduced earlier called the Fisherman's Warning. Basically, Cade, the people who lived on the coast, like Cade did, had this kind of folk's tale where every, like, 1,000 years or something, I don't know, a purple light emanates over the ocean. And it's called the Fisherman's Warning because every time it happens, like, the fish die in the area and they have, like, a famine. We learn that this is the Severs from the Dominion discharging. And the main one, like the big one, the big guns, when it discharges, it like kills everything in sight, right? It doesn't go awfully far, so that's why it would like reach the ocean. But it wouldn't go any farther than that. They are starting to think that this Sever, the next time it's going to go off, which is when every moon is in eclipse this year, which is in like a few months or something, I don't know. They think that it is going to kill basically everything on the planet. They think it's going to reach the continent and it's going to kill the continent. So Alaric is starting to realize like, oh shit, we really were on the short end of the stick because they needed us because they actually wanted me and Taliesin to figure out the shield thing so that we can all work together and stop the thing from killing everyone. This was a trick. And so anyway, they have to start practicing their magic, basically. This is before they learn this, but eventually that she does learn that that's part of the marriage negotiation. She's like super embarrassed by it too, because she learned about it as Alaric learned about it. And he's like super sympathetic with her. He's like, they never told you about it? Like, you deserve to know about that. Like, they were gonna embarrass you in front of a separate, like a foreign delegation because you don't know the information. I've kind of talked about that. Thinking Alaric has some kind of... I was using a charger that did not... My iPad did not like it, and so it's not good. Anyway. Out to clear her mind, Alaric... So, Taliesin's sneaking out, and Alaric's there. I think this might be the point. Like, she is in a bad mood because she didn't know about this part. And, she's embarrassed because they kept this from her. And so she's going to sneak out to clear her mind. Alaric finds her. He's sneaking out while she's sneaking out. She was going to sneak out to go and see her Sardovian whomever. And Alaric is like, where are you going? She obviously can't lead him to the refugees. So she goes, there's a night market. I was just going to go get food at the night market. So she ends up taking him instead to the night market. She's also, they do speak a different language. So she's learning the new language. The language that Alaric and Taliesin natively speak is called Sailor's Common. She's learning the Nenevarine language, which I don't know how it's pronounced. And so they start teasing each other. They're like kind of flirting. His eyes are also gray. And so they have an argument, and then they're both pissed because that's how it goes. They get along, and then they argue, and then they're pissed off, and then they kind of make up, and then they get along, and then they argue. It's a cycle. But it's like a silent kind of anger. Actually, like, it hurts his feelings. Like, he's already falling. Like, he's like, oh, you really said that about me? It's great. Anyway. Yeah, so this is the point. So the void, it's called, like, the void fall or something. I don't fucking know. Basically, it's gonna kill, like, everything. And so Taliesin and Alaric formed a barrier. The barrier thing, right, that they formed twice. So the Nineverine think, okay, maybe this could be our saving grace. Maybe this could save everyone. If they can form this barrier for the Voidfall, like, we could survive. Because it could block out the magic, the void magic. So, like, maybe we'll be able to live, and this will be the solution. Like, this could be great. That's why they proposed the marriage, because they were planning ahead. And so they asked for the marriage because they knew that if they could get Taliesin and Alaric to work together, they could save their people. This was all intentional. They knew that Alaric was going to come in, and that's why they had the plan. So, if they didn't cooperate, Alaric's empire was also doomed. So he was like, ah, shit, we actually got the short end of the stick. They tricked us, but we can't do anything about it because my people will die. So he decides, like, okay, well, I guess we're just have to stay with it. So they've been keeping Taliesin in the dark, and it embarrasses her, and, it embarrasses her in front of her, like, the foreign delegates, right? Alaric is super sympathetic. He's not even, like, slightly, like, prideful or saying anything. He's like, shit, man, that really sucks. Why would they leave you in the dark about it? And she gets kind of pissed off at him, and he's like, dude, why are you getting mad at me? I'm, like, giving you sympathy. Like, what? And so he ends the meeting. He ends the meeting for her sake, so that she can go and be alone because she's super embarrassed. They meet later to talk about the barrier, and he's like, dude, that sucks, I'm sorry. But, like, you know, his eyes are gray, by the way. So they try to start the barrier, and how they're gonna do it, right, is they're just shooting void magic at the two of them, and Taliesin and Alaric are supposed to merge their magic together and stop the barrier. So they try, and then it doesn't work. They just go through, the shots are fired, and Alaric, like, pushes Taliesin, and so he pushes them both out of the way of the void magic, pinning her on the ground, basically, but, you know. And so they think, okay, the 2 times it happened, there was a moon and eclipse, so it has to be linked to the eclipse, right? And so the next eclipse was going to happen in a fortnight, so they had to try again. So they were going to be practicing, because they said, Taliesin, you've been trying to form, like, swords. Try to form a shield. Like, you're trying to make a shield right now. A shield might be more powerful if you were to both do shields. Alaric can do them, because Alaric has been able to commune with his sever, but she can't, because she has never once touched one of her severs. She has been learning magic all on her own, and Vila, or whatever her name is, has also never really communed with a sever. She's self-taught. So they basically, Alaric is able to be like, well, you can't keep her away from the sever, because if you want me to teach her how to use a shield, she needs to be able to commune with her magic. So Taliesin's like, why are you helping me out right now? So they start to prepare to go to see the sever thing. So he's trying to comfort her about whatever, like, they're starting to train, but not at the thing. They're starting to train in their rooms in the castle are, like, separated by a courtyard. So they're, like, right across from each other. And so they're practicing in the courtyard between their rooms. And he's trying to comfort her. He's obviously the last person she wants to see. And so she's like, just stop it. And so he relents. They begin training. we learn more. We learn more information about her. She left the orphanage at about age 10. She got her powers at 15, so she was just fending for herself for a while. The first thing that she made was a knife. She remembered one of the knives that was in the orphanage. She made a knife to protect herself. That was when she learned her magic powers. So that's why she always chooses weapons like that, because it's like the symbolism, like that's how she's always protected herself, is by fighting. Rather than a shield, it's been by fighting. And so they have a livid conversation. He gets defensive. She basically is like attacking him. She attacks him throughout the whole thing because he's the son of the guy that she hates, and so she hates him. And she's making all these assumptions like, oh, you must have been pampered. I was an orphan. So Alaric is getting kind of pissed off, especially since he has his trauma with his mother. So she tries to make a shield. She fails. And he has her try again. And she reveals more about her past, talking about her, like, the knife or whatever. So then we get back to the negotiations, right? They agree that the marriage would occur in the Dominion, and she would have a coronation in the Night Empire. My plant light just turned off. He's falling really hard for her. They're training again because life treated her unkindly. He fantasizes bringing her back to the orphanage to like punish the people who treated her poorly or something. I don't know, something like that, where he was like, oh, they should have never treated my princess like that. Princess, they shouldn't have treated you like that, princess. What if we go kill them, princess? That's basically what he's doing right now. Like, he feels really bad for her. Like, he fell so hard for her so quick. He is head over heels. And so that ends in bad fight. I don't know what bat means, but but they basically fight again. She leaves. Alaric asks Severine how to talk to her. So Severine's like watching in the shadows, right? Because he is his guard, and he's like, damn, that was whatever. And Alaric's like, I don't know how to talk to her. And Severine's like, dude, just be nice to her, compliment her. And this is like mind-blowing to Alaric. He's like, damn, I need to compliment women for them to like me. Alaric, honey, you gotta work on this, sweetheart. And so Severine gives him the advice, be nice to her. Mind-blowing to Alaric. And so we're at chapter 21. We are 50% of the way, 53% of the way through the book. Oops. I have not been like moving through pages. Okay. So Taliesin feels bad about her outburst, and so she's trying to behave now. She's being eerily quiet during the delegations. Alaric notices he likes his fiery little queen. He's like, why are you not attacking me right now? And so the marriage negotiations, his eyes are gray. Something Alaric to train her. Oh, she basically abandons Alaric and her are supposed to be training, but she doesn't want to. And so she goes down to the front. There's this pudding vendor that comes by the palace every now and then. So she goes down to get her cup of pudding. And Alaric, unwelcome, by the way. No one wants him there, obviously. No one likes him of the natives. But Alaric comes down and he's like, it's kind of rude to ditch your plans with someone to come get pudding. And she's like, okay, but you should have a pudding. So she buys them both pudding. We find out basically that he has a sweet tooth. He really liked the pudding. He's like putting up this big manly like, ugh, it's fine, but he eats the whole thing. He loves it. And so Alaric joins her. His eyes are gray. We find out he has a sweet tooth, and she's staring at his lips. She does this a lot. She stares at his lips a lot. She likes him. She kisses him. I mean, she does, but that's not that's not what's happening right now. Okay, they start actually training now. I need to readjust. They start training now, and so he's teaching her something, and he's like ogling her. He's like, damn, she's really hot. Anyway, it kind of says in his own words. This is 258, paragraph 6. Oh, this is before that point. Wait. Where does it say that? It says like he's practically ogling her. I need to find it. That was a good quote. He's teaching her. I don't even know what that says, if I'm being honest. I can't read my handwriting. I feel like we've established this by now. Anyway, I can't find the quote. It was a good quote, though, where he's like, why am I ogling this girl right now? Okay, this is Alaric's POV. I need to find it. It was a good quote. She looked fetching. This is where it says. So it says she looked fetching and Alaric grimaced. And then later down it says, well, he certainly wasn't going to reveal that he'd been ogling her. He likes her. Aww. Anyway. He's being nice to her, and she's nice to him. Paragraph 6. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It says, for several long moments, Alaric was so stunned that it defied all speech. Could it be that being nicer to the Light Weaver made her nicer to him as well? Could Sivrain, in fact, be a genius? He could never tell him that he was right. Alaric just makes me giggle. He's really funny. I like Alaric. He's sassy. Anyway, that was a funny quote, and that's why I wrote that down. So they bond over their abandonment issues, and he goes to straighten her posture right as she moves. So they're training in a different spot from their, I think they're training, like, I think there's like plumeria trees or something. I don't know. They're training right there. So there's like the front of the palace, right, where the pudding vendor was. And then there's this like part of the forest aside from it. It's like a little garden courtyard thing almost that's far away from the palace, so it's quiet. No one to watch, because as they've been practicing or whatever in the courtyard, a lot of the attendants have been watching because they're super nosy. And so Taliesin's like, I know this place, like no one's gonna be watching us, it's gonna be great. They go there, they start training, and he goes to adjust her posture, and so he's basically pressing her against him to like straighten her back. And they like, so she's like in his arms, and he's like looking at her, and they like get really close, and they like almost kiss, and then Severin is like, I'm sorry to interrupt whatever's going on here, but we gotta go to the negotiation. I'll read it to you. Hang on. It's 262. Severin. So Severin interrupts them. So, okay, I'll read the page. It says, Alaric leaned in. He lifted his fingers from Taliesin's neck and curled them along the line of her jaw, gently nudging upward. She went willingly, relaxing against his chest, tilting her chin so that her mouth was suddenly so much closer to his than ever before. Petals whirling all around them. His heartbeat tremulous, he bowed his head further in to bridge the scant distance. Her eyes slid to half-mast. She waited. Excuse me. Alaric and Taliesin sprang apart. Neither of them had noticed Severin's approach. What do you want? Alaric growled at his legionnaire. I hate to interrupt. And the thing was, Severin really did seem abashed, conscientiously looking everywhere but the two royals. But the Luciusca's lady-in-waiting has just come to inform me it's time for His Majesty and Her Grace to prepare for the banquet. There's a banquet where they're introducing to the nobles that she's gonna be marrying Alaric. And they know the people aren't gonna like this. This leads to chapter 22, which is where I'm gonna put my bookmark in. I'm gonna stop yapping. I have some things I need to do, so I'm gonna go do those. I'm gonna try to finish recording this tomorrow or Sunday, and I don't know if I'm gonna edit. I'm just gonna put this all together and then I'll post this. So this is probably gonna end up being like 3 hours long, but it's chill. Anyway, I'll see you later. All right, I'm back. It's chapter 22. We're on page 263. This book is like, oh, that is not the page I want. Wait. Nope, that's her acknowledgements. This book is 470 pages long, so we're a little over halfway through. I'm gonna try to rush through the latter half and I can actually give my literary critique. I don't know. Don't mind my shirt. Ugh, such a boring shirt. Sorry. Anyway, okay, we're on, it says 262. All right. Ugh, I can't breathe. Okay, we're on chapter 22, page 263. So, okay. Right, that's where we are. Okay. Alaric and Taliesin almost kissed, right? And Severaim is like, oh, sorry, I shouldn't kick that. Severaim walked in on them, like almost kissing, right? Oh. There we go. Severaim walked in on them almost kissing, and he is like super embarrassed that he just like interrupted it, like cock blocked this dude. And he's like, so we gotta prepare for the banquet though. So chapter 22, we're beginning the banquet. Well, preparing for the banquet. Taliesin is in her dressing room, question mark, with a polished glass oval frame. The mirror, this is talking about the mirror, was a polished glass oval framed by carved hummingbirds and squash vines inlaid with lustrous chips of mother of pearl. Oh, it is not a, I have done too much today. I had to read 2 different science papers and write analyses on them. I'm kind of drained. Give me, like, I've used all of my English capacity right now. This frame kind of like, it gives like dream face reveal. Anyway, it's a bad joke. I don't have time to edit this. As soon as I finish recording this, it's being uploaded because today is the 30th and I want to hopefully get this posted before July 1st. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is, give me some grace. Anyway, the banquet is to announce the wedding to the people in the Dominion, right? The nobility of the Dominion, I guess. And, what does it say? Fan meets before to clear the air. Yeah, so Taliesin's family meet with her to be like, hey, we chill? Are we chill, princess? And, she's still kind of pissed at them, like, rightfully so. She's still pretty mad at them, but she goes like, okay, I guess we're chill. So anyway, Taliesin is thirsting after Alaric. This is a common theme. She's thirsting after Alaric. She's saying, her head was all fuzzy with thoughts of Alaric, of his stupidly large body close to hers, warm and unyielding, of his palms engulfing her shoulders, of the ridged leather of his gauntlets gliding along her neck. And then it says, by the World Father, that's world building, you don't need to know that. By the World Father's yellow fingernails, she shivered. She actually shivered at Alaric's touch, goosebumps pricking her skin. He'd taken such liberties with her and she hadn't hated it. Right, so they're already getting to the lover's arc. Anyway. Taliesin knows why they withheld information, but never showed the reader. Okay, I get where this point is going. Sorry, most of my notes are like that, where I'm like, I'll remember what this means later, and then I don't. But this one I do. So this was one minor gripe I had, was commonly with books where there's supposedly a smart protagonist, you have where the protagonist knows information but withholds it from you, doesn't tell you. And then later on it's, I knew this whole time. No, you didn't. Here's the thing, right? There's one thing about withholding information from a reader, and it's another to be like, oh, there's this, sorry about the glare. I have a plant light on. You want to see the plants? No more. Anyway, they commonly will be like, oh, I want to withhold information from the reader. So they try to, but the way they do it is very unsatisfying. So by the time where it's like, it's one thing if a reader can tell a character is withholding information. It's another when it's just later on, oh, by the way, I knew this whole time why they did this. Okay, then why were you so mad? Like, I don't understand, sorry. I'm like fixated over my hair. I feel like my hair looks really good right now. Anyway, like why did you get so mad that they were withholding information if you knew why they did it? Like, that's just a minor gripe I have. I said, it feels like an out-of-place narrative device to only now withhold her thoughts. So the entire time she's telling us what she's thinking and she's doing whatever, and then all of a sudden she is not telling us what she's thinking. It felt very out of line. She's not an unreliable narrator, and so it felt weird for her to all of a sudden be unreliable for like 2 pages and then she was back to just being a normal narrator. Anyway, that's not entirely the point. The point is, we never saw her work up to that point, and so it's like you get this reveal that, oh, by the way, I did know, like, I understand now, the gears are turning, when we don't even know that she knows that much politically, right? Anyway, I hope that makes sense, because I don't want to explain it any further. So her and her family make up, and she's basically like, okay, but you can't, like, withhold stuff, and they go, okay, yeah, I guess that's fair. Anyway, 270. I'm about 5 pages behind. 270. I wrote 1 to 2 funny. I don't know what I meant by that, so I'm just gonna read it. It says, Taliesin would arrive at any moment. He was nervous. This is Alaric's perspective. He was nervous, still thinking about what had happened in the Plumeria Grove, or what had almost happened. Earlier, he'd wanted to kill Severin, but now he was grateful for the interruption. He was shadow-forged. He couldn't go around kissing Lightweavers, no matter how pretty and betrothed to him they were. Oh, I think that's the line I liked. No matter how betrothed to them they were. I think that was what I thought was funny. And it would be only a marriage of political convenience anyway. She would never feel the same. The same as what? What did he feel? I think I wrote that down just because I liked the quote, no matter how pretty and betrothed to him they may be. And so anyway, Alaric is anxious for the banquet. Reasonably so. He's like a foreign diplomat in a foreign land where everyone is volatile towards him. Like, no one likes the Knight Empire. No one likes them. No one likes Alaric. No. Nuh-uh. No one likes him. So he's like, oh, this is gonna suck. This is gonna be awful. Because the thing is, most of the Dominion nobles kind of view this as treason, right? They kind of view it as like they're sacrificing Taliesin to go and do whatever. Like, oh, we're just gonna let the princess marry him to save our skin. Like, they don't like this marriage. They hate Alaric. And so Alaric's like, okay, this is great. No one here likes me. I might die, actually. So he's nervous also about Taliesin, because he's like, kind of like, oh, she's so pretty. And he's nervous because she has like a pretty dress on or something. I don't know. I'll get to that point. I think I wrote down to read the reveal. because it was like a formal thing, so she was dressed up. I know I do have it written down because, like, you know, they are going to get married. I do have the description of her wedding dress and Alaric's reaction to it written down, and oh my god. Anyway, so they are the guests of honor. They enter awkwardly last. I don't know what, oh, obviously last means they entered last. What am I thinking? What am I doing? Okay, this is a good quote though. I kind of just looked down and I saw italics and I was like, oh, why didn't I write that down? So, he sees her, hang on. I think I want to read him seeing her in the dress because it's like Alaric. I love Alaric. Anyway, where does it say? Because suddenly she was there, appearing from around the corner. His breath caught at the sight of her. Taliesin wore a dress spun of iridescent teal fabric, textured and crisp, with silver dragons lavishly embroidered along the square neckline, the high waist, the hem of the flowering skirt, and the cuffs of the wide sleeves that trailed almost to the floor, revealing glimpses of blood-red lining. Her hair was loose, cascading from beneath a silver crown that resembled a multi-spired temple rising up from glimmering oceanic waves. The ruby-eyed dragon's head perched at the center. She didn't hesitate when she caught the sight of him, closing the distance between them with her chin held high. As she came to stop a few inches away, Alaric saw her usual death stare had been replaced with uncertainty. Her eyes, which usually blazed with fury, were rendered a lighter shade of brown by the glow of the torches, and somehow seemed gentler because of that, yet no less potent in their scrutiny. The moment in the plumeria grove hung uneasily between them. He stiffly offered his arm out to her, and Taliesin turned the slightest bit pink. It was fetching. Alaric briefly considered punching himself in the face. Compliment her, he remembered Severim's advice from the other day. Now seemed like a good time for it, but Alaric couldn't force the words past his throat. What if she punched him in the face? Huh? Punching himself in the... Oh! I forgot that it said that. Anyway. So Alaric is kind of sitting there like, fetching. I thought she was fetching. He keeps having these kinds of little compliments that he thinks about her. And so he's super nervous because he's like, oh shit, she's so hot. She's nervous because she's like, oh my god, what am I getting myself into? I almost kissed this guy and all of a sudden I have to be in front of people and we're getting married. Anyway, they're to enter last because they're the guests of honor. And so 272, I wrote read exchange 272. And so what does it say? I'll just read the paragraph before that. It says, Taliesin's slim fingers dug into Alaric's arm as they followed the steward. She's nervous, he realized, glancing down to see her bottom lip trembling. Whoever applied her cosmetics had done an expert job in rendering dewy skin and rosy cheeks, but no amount of soot and beeswax on the lashes or champagne hues on the lids could disguise the apprehension in her brown eyes. Not when she was this close to him, which also, I'll interject for a second. He doesn't like when she has her makeup done because she normally has freckles and he loves her freckles. Anyway, I'm just putting that there for you to stew on. So it says, it's not too late to make a run for it, he quipped. I'm in pointy shoes, she shot back, with heels. So that's why you seem taller. Not by much, though. We can't all be overgrown trees, my lord, she retorted. Again, the word retorted is used a lot in this book. I think I mentioned that earlier, in an earlier video. And she was so oddly adorable in that moment, in her defiance, layered over the nerves that she was trying to hide, that the line of his mouth softened with the beginnings of a genuine smile. My lord, Alaric repeated. His tone was not as mocking as he would have liked. I certainly prefer that to all the other names you've called me throughout our fractured acquaintance. Shut up, Taliesin hissed. It's all those etiquette lessons. It won't happen again. And I thought that exchange was kind of funny. I thought it was funny. I thought it won't happen again. I was like, that's really funny. I'm mainly reading excerpts, so you can get a feel for, like, the author's voice, so you can, like, decide whether or not you want to read the book. But also because, like, I thought that was a really funny exchange, and I just want to share my favorite moments. This video is probably gonna be, like, 5 hours long. What are you gonna do? Sue me? Anyway, the nobles, that says nobles, I don't even know, yeah, you probably can't even read it. You can't read it, I can't read it. No one can read it. The noble officials hate him. Yeah, the noble, that either says officials or officers, something, I don't know. The nobles hate him and conversation grew tense. Oh god, I need to write neater. This is actually really bad. Look, I'm practicing for medical school, okay? Leave me alone. Get off my ass. The nobles hate him. They don't like the Night Empire, so the conversation gets, like, oddly tense. Like, they're like, oh, yeah, well, I'm sure the Night Empire is really fun. Not like that, actually, but, like, I'm being hyperbolic. Leave me alone. Anyway, Master negotiator Taliesin breaks the tension by rambling about the food. So they start asking Taliesin pointed questions where they're worded to where they're not asking her to pick sides, but she has to pick sides. Hang on, let me find the exact thing. It says, let me read it to you. Where is it? I don't know where to start, I guess. Is that what you were doing in the Bellian garrison, Your Majesty? You were ensuring an era of peace. What's happening? Okay, so it's mentioning that, got hair all over my shoulder. They're mentioning that, the people are afraid of the Shadowgate. Rightfully so, because, I mean, like, it's a foreign power. Okay. It's magic for a foreign nation that the foreign nation's powers have. You get enough of it, okay? I may have forgotten what the Shadowgate was, but I can guarantee to you that you'd be scared of it or something. I don't know. It's just like shadows. Anyway. Oh, okay, so when he intercepted her at the Lightsever, right? The rumor's going around. And so someone is asking, like, pointed whatever. They said, I believe, Your Majesty, that you and your grace knew each other prior to her return to Nenevar. Purred Ralia Musal, the feather-clad Daya of Tepi Risok, a smattering of hilly islands that comprised almost half the Dominion's southern border. Would you care to enlighten us as to the nature of your acquaintance? And so Taliesin's like, how is he going to describe this? Because it's pointed to him, right? He's the emperor now, right? So it's pointed to him, Your Majesty. So Taliesin's like, well, I can't answer because it's not asked to me. What is he going to say? Right? Oh, yeah, we were both soldiers and we wanted to kill each other. Now we're getting married. No, he can't say that. So instead, she's just waiting for Alaric to say something. He's not responding. And so Alaric, it says, there was a brief silence as he picked at his plate, obviously buying time while he formulated a diplomatic answer. Several months ago, I was made aware of the existence of a Lightweaver among the ranks of the Sardovian Outfold. As Master of the Shadowforged Legion, I attempted to neutralize her, but I was ultimately unsuccessful. Now that the aforementioned Sardovian Outfold has been dealt with, I look forward to working with Her Grace to ensure an era of peace. And then it says, I'll just read the next paragraph. It says, Taliesin would have snorted at Alaric's wry summary of their shared war-torn past, but something else drew her focus at his mention of the light weave in the shadow gate. Several glazes subtly flickered to the Ceramon cages hung on the walls before swiveling back to him. They fear it, she thought, remembering her early days in the palace when Aruja that's her grandmother, had advised her to refrain from using her abilities so as not to attract undue attention. They fear us. She caught herself with a frown. There was no us when it came to her and Alaric Austenast. She might be marrying him, but she was not on his side. And then it says, is that what you were doing? This is I think this is one of the people that was there apprehending them or something. I don't know. But whether or not, somehow he knows. So he says, is that what you were doing in the Bellian garrison, your majesty? You were ensuring an era of peace? Call it unfinished business between myself and your Lashiska, Alaric replied. However, judging by the fact you have a Lashiska, I'd venture to say it all worked out in the end. He was reminding the nobles that Aluncina Ivralis was only reconnected with her heritage because of him, which in a way was true, but it didn't make it any less infuriating. Taliesin could hardly blame the elderly Daya Oddish of Irawad when she thundered, you committed trespass and destruction of property, injured several of our soldiers, and stole one of our ships, Emperor Alaric. How are we supposed to trust Kaseth after all of that? God, the fantasy names kill me, dude. And so then it says, Alaric's grip tightened around his fork. I do not regret my actions, as I did what had to be done at the time. The point of this new treaty is to prevent further discord between our realms. Upon ratification, I assure you, Daya Oddish, that I won't be the first to re-engage on the terms. To renege on the terms. I don't know how that word's pronounced. And at this point, everyone's staring at Taliesin. They're like waiting for her to say something. She's caught in the middle of this, so she has to decide whether or not she sticks with her new husband or with her people. Because if she sticks with her people, then it makes the marriage unstable. They're not going to trust the marriage. But if she sticks with the marriage, then she's it's treason against her people. She's going against her people for a foreign power. So it says, she glanced down at the new course that had just arrived a few minutes ago, that she'd been in the middle of, and in a moment of panic, the soup is sublime, don't you think? Taliesin all but choked out. She had never before described anything as sublime in her 20 years of existence, but the Dominion nobles seemed to swear by this adjective. And then they're all like, what? And she's like, the soup is really good. And they go, yes, your grace, the soup is very good. The soup's very good. And they stop talking about it. Because, like, who are they to go against their, like, one of their matriarchs, their heir to the throne? They can't do that. And so Alaric starts teasing her throughout the dinner. As new courses come out, Alaric starts being like, oh, would you like to give your input on this one? And then, yeah, basically she's just saying, like, he's teasing her, and then she's saying, you know what, I should have just let them tear at you. Like, that is not funny. You are not funny. I'm not enjoying this anymore. And so they have, it's a fun little thing. He's teasing her. Someone's telling a story, and she laughs, and he's almost touching her. That says almost touching her. They're, like, sitting right next to each other, obviously. They're like, I think their like knees are almost touching or something. I don't know. No, his arm is like grazing against her, like the silks on her. And so she's like, well, like Alaric's like, oh my god, I'm almost touching her. Like, this is crazy. Alaric is so down bad. Alaric is so down bad. And so he's super nervous because like they're almost touching and everything else is going pretty smoothly. Someone's telling a joke and she starts laughing at it and he's like, oh my god, she's really pretty when she laughs. And then there's this guy who hates Alaric. I wrote, guy who hates Alaric's guts walks in. and he challenges Alaric to a death duel. In the Dominion, if you challenge someone to a specific type of duel, some fantasy name, I don't know, I'm not even gonna try to find it, then, like, you have to fight to the death, right? It's dishonorable if you don't fight to the death. Alaric, of course, his pride, he's not going to turn down a duel. This guy's like, I hate you, I'm gonna turn down a duel. They should have helped Sardovia. Okay, so this dude also, he feels really bad because he knows that they all kind of know Taliesin was from Sardovia, right? And he's like, I told you guys we should have helped Sardovia because now they don't exist. And someone that lived in Sardovia, now our heiress, is getting married to the guy of the Night Empire. Like, this is not good. You guys suck. And they're like, we don't get involved in foreign affairs because that was how the Lightweavers died. I don't know if I mentioned that clearly. That was how the Lightweavers died. They got involved in foreign affairs. And then the Lightweavers were all massacred. So they're like, we don't do that. We don't do that here. He's getting really mad. I need to find... Oh, okay. He just walked in here. He loathes the Night Empire. This isn't good at all. So... the, like, main negotiator girl is, like, one of this guy's, like, good friends, and she's, like, trying to tell him, like, dude, just calm down, stop it, and he's like, dude, no, like, I'm mad. So, he's insulting the Night Empire, and he's like, no offense, and Alaric's like, none taken. No, you're right. I wasn't the one ruling it. You're right. Like, let's be for real right now. And so, he's, like, standing up to the queen, because this is, like, one of the only times he'd be able to do that. Because she's in front of people, so she has to hold face. She has to save face. So he's, like, standing up. She's telling him, like, sit down, and he's like, no, I have something to say to you, and I know you're not going to give me an audience later, so I'm saying it right now, while there's people here. And so he says, everyone here is to bear witness as I formally protest this union. And then he had like a bow or a gun or something, and he threw it on the table. A bow. So someone's like, this boy has a death wish. And Taliesin goes, yeah, I'll say. Throwing a loaded weapon around like that, he's going to impale his foot. And then Alaric, he chuckles. He thinks she's funny. So then he's like, I've seen what's happening in the Sardovian Allfold against the whatever, and this is not what our country stands for. So why are you guys not helping? And so then he says, he's calling him like a war criminal. He was like, I said that we should help the Sardovian Allfold, and then guess what? I was right, because now they don't exist anymore. And then, where does it get to it? He asks... Okay, so this is the oath, right? So it's kind of like an oath, where you're basically saying, like, I'm gonna fight you to the death, right? Where he starts... This is how it's announced, right? It says, then you leave me no choice, Austin asked. And then he's like, there's words in between. By my right as an aggrieved citizen of the Nenevar Dominion, in accordance with the ancient laws of the Dragon Throne, and people are trying to interrupt him the entire time, he says, I, Saraquel Mantis of Viennian, I fucking don't know how to pronounce half of these words, dude. Holy shit, I don't know how to, there should be a pronunciation guide. There isn't. Anyway, Lord of the Serpent's Trace, I hereby challenge Alaric Osenast of Gisath to a duel without bounds. A duel without bounds is basically no weapons, just fist fighting to the death, right? That's what a duel without bounds is. And so, Mathir, whatever her name is, she is like telling Alaric, dude, you're cut off from the Shadow Gate. he could kill you right now. Like, because she says, we are guests of the, I'm not even attempting that word. It will be a diplomatic headache if you end up killing him. You were cut off from the Shadow Gate, which means he might end up killing you. And Alaric just goes, here? He's so down to duel. He's like, I have a thirst for blood and it has not been quenched in months. Dude, fight me. And so, he's like amused. He's like, oh, right here? You want to duel right here? Like, I'll duel you right here. So Alaric just goes, okay. He puts his gloves on. He stands up. And this guy's at the head of the table, right? He was talking to the queen, so he walks over to the head of the table. And Taliesin's like, dude, no, stop it. Don't do that. Because it says, a Nenevarine duel without bounds didn't end until one of the participants surrendered or died. Alaric was not the type to surrender. She didn't want him to get hurt. She would have happily pushed him off the nearest cliff months ago. But that was before everything else. And then she's like, I don't want him to get hurt. And then, so he says, he's like, Taliesin, back off. He says, stand down, Lashiska. He's not looking at her. He's a little embarrassed of his behavior, but not enough to stop. Because it's a matter of his pride. And so, the queen is like, oh my god, this guy's a dumbass. So she goes, okay, what are the terms? And then, so basically the terms are like, you say what you want to happen at the end of the duel, right? So the first guy goes, should I win, Osinast will forfeit her grace Aluncina Ivralis' hand in marriage. And he and his lackeys will leave the Nenevar dominion post-haste. And Alaric says, should I win, his young lordship will accord the Knight Empire with the respect that is our due, and shut his mouth on matters he knows little of. And so his diplomat is being like, what is he talking about? He could be asking this guy to do anything. And Taliesin's like, no, he's being smart. If he utilized this, because he knows he's going to win, right? If he utilized this to his advantage, then they would view him as like a tyrant. If he just says, hey, can you just shut up? Then he's being generous, like he's being merciful to this guy. She's like, this is a genius play. Like, no, he shouldn't be asking for that. It says, if Alaric pressed for a Nenevarine aristocrat's execution or banishment, or anything that would give the Knight Empire a clear advantage, it would hardly endear him to the Dominion. It might even turn Saraquel into a martyr in the people's eyes. By being lenient in his stipulations and treating this duel as a minor nuisance, Alaric was positing himself as someone level-headed, tolerant ruler, and Saraquel as the hot-blooded troublemaker who was causing a scene at an important event. So she's like, damn, he's good. He's good. So they start to fight. The guy... So it's supposed to be without weapons. But the guy, he kind of starts cheating. He grabs his bow and he accidentally shoots one of the cages. So Alaric feels, it's like in one of the corners, because there's like, they have like a radius, right? So if Alaric is in that one corner of the room, he can like feel the Shadow Gate coming back and he's like, oh my god, I can use the, hang on, I'll go through. So they're fighting, right? The fight is with just swords. That is what they agreed to, right? So they're fighting with swords. Alaric is basically sitting there like, this sword feels really weird compared to the Shadow Gate. He's like, I'm not used to this sword. I like my sword. And so they're fighting with swords. It says there was no ceremonial beginning to the fight. All chatter ground to a halt when Saraquel lunged and Alaric met him in the middle, a metallic clash of interlocking blades. And so they're fighting. Taliesin's like, oh my god, he's gonna die. Like, he's gonna get stabbed and he's gonna die. She's freaking out. Oops. I keep kicking it. I don't mean to do that. I apologize. I'm sorry, that was what we heard, princess. It says that Alaric drew first blood. He caught, like, out the guy's bicep or something with his sword. And so as Taliesin's watching, she's kind of, like, mentally urging Alaric to do certain actions. So she's telling him, like, fall back, and Alaric falls back. They don't have telekinesis. They're both just fighters. Telepathy. They don't have telepathy. They're just both fighters, so they both know what to do. So Taliesin's kind of just, like, watching it. Yeah, and so they keep fighting. Sarkwell retrieves his bow and arrow. It says, and Taliesin heard someone gasp, only to realize it was she. She had made that sound. So she's like gasping, like, no, because he grabbed the bow and arrow, and he just shot. So Taliesin's like, oh my god, he's gonna kill him. And Alaric deflected it, and it hits one of the Saruman cages, and it falls to the floor. And they both have magic, right? So Taliesin feels the light weave come into her body as Alaric's feeling the shadow gate. It says Taliesin was too near another cage to... Oh, she does not. I lied. It says Taliesin was too near another cage to benefit from the break in the nullification field, but she saw the exact moment the shadow gate came crashing over Alaric. She saw the triumph in his gray eyes. His eyes are gray, by the way. It's not as bad as it was in Inheritance games, but it's still a little annoying after a period of time, especially when I was reading 10 chapters at a time and it mentioned every single time he was on page. It was really fun. No, it was so fun. Anyway, where does it say? Before they turned a cold, glowing silver, the wildest and highest kind of exhilaration coursing through his broad frame. There was no more room for politics, no more room for diplomacy. He was a creature of instinct, ensnared in the nets of his magic. So he throws the sword, he makes a spear, and he just lunges it at this dude. And Taliesin's like, this dude can't die. If Alaric kills him, the Dominion's gonna be livid. He cannot die. She's like, oh fuck, what do I do? Shit. So she gets up and she runs to that corner of the room and like throws herself in front of the dude while there's a spear flying at him that Alaric threw. Alaric threw a spear at him, and Taliesin goes, shit, he can't fucking die. This would be really bad for the country. And so, what does it say? Where does it say it? I'm just gonna read the whole page. Whole paragraph-ish. Probably a little more than that. It says, with no thought of her... Words are really hard. Did you know words are really hard? My name is Jared, I'm 19, and I never learned how to fucking read. With no thought of her own safety, Taliesin launched herself forward into the field of combat. Her heels slipped and slid against the floor, but she managed to stay upright, darting between the two duelists. The light weave coursed back into her veins, golden and rich, as if some long, dormant pulse had been restarted. The crackling midnight haze of the oncoming shadow spear filled her vision. She was panicking. She couldn't think of a single weapon to spin that would block it. She didn't know how to defend. Hang on. I heard my father coming, and I did not want him on camera. Anyway, it says, she was panicking. She couldn't think of a single weapon to spin that would block it. She didn't know how to defend. Taliesin held up a hand, unleashing a shapeless mass of radiant magic that flowed from her fingertips and collided with the sphere. But Alaric had crafted his weapon with the intent to kill, while she had no idea what she was doing. And the shadow broke through the light's flimsy veil like a hunting knife through butter, continuing its lethal trajectory. Beyond the darkness and the aether, she saw his silver eyes widen. She saw his arm shoot out to the side in a slashing motion, diverting the spear right before it could pierce her chest. That's an awkward place for it. Anyway, it flew up toward the ceiling, and there was a burst of pain when the edge of its blade glazed her right arm as it whizzed past her. She sucked in a hiss of breath, but it was drowned out by the screams of the crowd and the crash of magic against marble. And the shadow spear chipped the ceiling and vanished, raining down a fine white dust. Alaric is like pissed that she did this, by the way. And so it's like dead silent. I'll just read it, right? It's dead silent. She's looking at him. She's like, basically looking at him like, you better not try to kill this man. Alaric, he is terrified. It says he was breathing hard and rough. His emotionless facade had cracked. Even though he was no longer channeling the shadow gate, his eyes were bright with fury. And he had gone even paler. As he stalked over to her, she braced herself. This dress was not made for combat, but she could handle him as long as she steered clear of the other Saruman cages. Is this it? She wanted to ask. Do we fight here and now? And then she says, can I take you when you're the angry one? Because, like, every battle they've fought, she's been livid, and he's kind of just been like, oh, this is really fun. His head is never in the game. Like, Alaric very rarely is actually fighting to win with Taliesin. He's more fighting out of intrigue. He's like, ooh, this girl's kind of interesting. And so she's like, shit, he's actually mad at me. Like, I don't think I'm going to be able to do this. And then it says, he came to a halt right in front of her. When he came to a halt right in front of her, she realized that his gaze was fixed on her injured arm. The spear had torn the sleeve a few inches above her elbow, revealing a wound that leaked crimson onto the iridescent teal fabric surrounding it. Get a healer to see that at once, he said through gritted teeth. It's a little more than a scratch, she protested. There's no need. Hang on. Hey, actually, I know what they made that time. That was very weird. Anyway. It says, okay, what does it say? So he's like, you need to go get a healer, and she's like, oh, it's just a scratch. And it says, he interrupted her in an awful voice. Don't argue with me, Taliesin. In front of the nobles, he's been referring to her properly, right? He doesn't ever really call her Taliesin in front of the nobles. So the fact that he's calling her by her name, which, by the way, he's the only person that calls her by her name. Everyone else calls her by her name at birth that she does not remember. And so it's like, he's the only one that really sees her. And so, he says, don't argue with me, Taliesin. And then it says, the next time he moved, it was to turn to the stunned, deathly quiet nobles. Ever since my delegation and I arrived in Isakya, we have made every effort to treat peaceably with the Dominion. Unfortunately, you have not seen benefit to extend the same courtesy to us. All of you seem to be laboring under the delusion that we are pushovers. That ends now. And then he refers to the queen, and he says, I have spent the last 3 afternoons training your heir so that we can save your realm, and tonight she was injured because she still can't make a shield. The Lashiska's aethermancy is never going to improve as long as you keep denying her access to her nexus point. You are wasting my time and hers and damning all of your subjects in the process, all because you are unwilling to cede control in this one matter. I will take her to Belian myself. You may no longer dictate where I can or cannot go. And so Taliesin instinctively is like, who do you think you are? But then she's like, she's going to speak. He can tell that she's about to say something. She goes to speak and he just glares at her. So she's like, I'm just gonna throw it away. I'm not gonna say it. And so, she normally wouldn't let him tell her to stop. But right now she's kind of like, well, I mean, it's kind of him and I on the same side, I guess. Because she's like, he called it her nexus point. Because it is, right? She's the only Lightweaver left. It's her nexus point. And so then he says basically to remove the cages, because you will not force us to not use our magic. I've been nice with you guys. Sorry, I keep kicking the camera. He says, tomorrow will be the last day of negotiations. If we have not finalized the agreement by then, consider our sides officially at war, and consider yourselves on your own in 5 months' time when the Voidfell rises. Because the Voidfell, remember, gonna kill everyone. The main reason that, I don't know if I said this properly, the main reason that Alaric is still kind of going along with this is because he realized that it's really the Night Empire that's on the short side of the stick. Because the Voidfell, if it goes off, is going to also kill the Night Empire. And so he's like, oh, it was a trap. Then you'll be full of grease. Oh, I was just talking to the cat. Anyway, so she's expecting the queen to like fight it, but the queen's just like, no, okay, yeah. And then Alaric, he like storms off. He's super mad. And so, anyway, she still can't form a shield. She's injured. Alaric directs his spear. Alaric takes the opportunity. He storms off. Talarin? Who is that? Taliesin sticks up for him to the court. So the court is kind of like, what are they all saying? So, Serkal's like, thank you for saving me, Taliesin. And she's like, because he's like, oh, they call it debt of the South, right? So it's, you saved my life. I have to do anything you ask of me. And so she's like, debt of the Self is based on Neneverine code of honor. You reached for a crossbow during a sword fight. That doesn't strike me as particularly honorable. And he was like, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do to kill people. Like, I'm not gonna be, who are we trying to kid? And so they're all still kind of talking about him. And Taliesin ends up like standing up for him, for Alaric. So she says, it's not a forced marriage. She says, I stand with the queen. I accept the Night Empire's hand of my own free will. Have I not proven myself equal in his strength? His equal in strength? There was no subjugation here. Tomorrow, when we have finalized the agreement, he will be my betrothed, and you will afford him all the respect that is due as my future consort. Because they're all still like, they kind of think that Taliesin is like just a pawn in this. They feel really bad for her. They pity her because they're like, oh, you don't even have any power. Like, I'm so sorry. Like, you don't get to choose this. You're forced into this marriage. And she's like, this isn't forced. I made a choice. And you better respect my choice. And so she stands up for him in the middle of the court. And then she storms off to Alaric's room. And he like kind of lets him. So she storms off to his room, knocks on the door, lights her off. The door opens, he picks her up and flings her around and sets her in the room. And she says, what did I say about manhandling me? How dare you? And then he makes a joke about like snipers or something. I don't know. So she's like, I'm here to apologize for the Dominion. And Alaric says, you, Alaric said, are a beautiful little idiot. His gaze stayed to the treated wound on her arm and lingered a little too long before flicking back up to her face. What possessed you to throw yourself in the Shadowgate's path like that? Anger raced through her, a dark red pulse. Who are you calling an idiot? And so he thinks that she was sent by her grandmother to apologize to him. She came here on her own volition because she's like, I am so sorry. Like, I feel really bad about how the Dominion's been treating you. He thinks that she's just doing this for, like, diplomacy. And so then they have this, like, moment. He's, like, pinning her against the wardrobe. And he's, like, kind of, like, touching her, like, that kind of thing. And so she also is like getting a little feel, and he says, answer me, Taliesin. And she says, what? What was your question? She breathed out. Gods. Taliesin wanted nothing more than the ground to open up and swallow her whole. But she truly did not call to mind that what he'd asked. All logic, all situational awareness had disappeared. So, like, they're, like, kind of eyeballing each other. They're, like, looking at each other's lips. And, like, again, she's getting kind of a little titty feel. And, he says, what possessed you to throw yourself in the Shadowgate's path? How could you have done something so utterly asinine? And then she, like, kind of almost snaps out of it. And she was like, you realize the diplomatic issue it would have been if you killed him? I was trying to protect both of us here. And then, he makes a joke where he's, like, mentioning... Oh, I'll just read the exchange. It's good! Oh, the writing's good! I just have to read most of it. So, sorry. Oh my god. Sorry. I'm antsy. So, it says, I was preventing a diplomatic incident. I don't know what possessed you to continuing to advance on Seroquel after he lost his sword. Seroquel, Alaric jeered softly. I'm glad that you and his seditious lordship appear to have become such fast friends. And then Taliesin says, now is not the time to lecture me on etiquette. And Alaric's like, I wasn't... Because he's kind of mad because he's like, why are you referring to him by his first name and you never even used my name? Like, that's what he's saying. But she's like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I had to be politically correct right now. And so she's like, anyway, I'm apologizing. And he's like, I know that you were probably sent here. Don't worry. We're gonna get married and then I'm gonna disappear and it's gonna be great. And then he's basically telling her, like, get out. But she doesn't. She stays in the room. Because she's thinking, like, oh, like, well, that's later. Right now, they're just being silent, just kind of staring at each other. And Taliesin's, like, thinking, were you worried about me? Because, like, she saw the way he looked at her when he knew that he injured her. Like, she's like, do you care about me? And so she goes, I thought I'd help you with your wound. If you needed it bandaged, I'll call for a healer. He says, it's taken care of. I patched it myself. Are you done playing the part of a concerned nursemaid? You have my assurance that the Night Empire's displeasure with how this evening turned out will not interfere with tomorrow's negotiations as long as they are concluded within the allotted time. That is why you came to my chambers, is it not? And Taliesin's mad because she's like, no, that is not why I came here. I came here because I wanted to make sure you were okay. I wanted to apologize. But she doesn't say that because she's too prideful. So she just stands there. And Alaric is, like, basically getting her, like, get out. Please just get out. He's not saying it, but, like, she can tell. But she's like, she didn't want to leave. So she's just staying there. Because, like, she wants to ask him. And he's like, why are you still here? And she asks, when are we going to go to the Light Sever? And he's like, we'll talk about it. Get out. And then she just doesn't. She kind of just stays there. Well, this time she does. This time she does. So she turns around, she goes out to leave. It says, like, so she kind of stood there for a second. And then she's like, you know what, forget it. He's not gonna let me, blah, blah, blah. So she's sorry. Oh my God. So she's like, you know what, fine. So she turns around and she leaves. And then she's going over their encounter in her head. And she says, something that had been lost in the heat of the moment, but now made her stop in her tracks as she replayed their encounter. Alaric also asked to call her beautiful. Granted, he'd also called her an idiot in the same breath, but Taliesin turned around too late. Alaric's wing of the palace was already silent and still in the moonlight. His chambers once more plunged in darkness. And so now it's Alaric's POV. He's, like, stewing. He's like, I hurt her. I'm such a bad person. I hurt her. Like, he's down bad. He's so down bad. And so Alaric, I need to just start scrolling. Hang on. She angrily checks on him. His eyes are gray. Beautiful little idiot. She's so little and dainty. He kicks her something. I don't know what that says. Anyway. Okay, now we're in Alaric's perspective. So he's like stewing. He's like, oh my God, I could have killed her. Like the spear was literally so close to going into her chest. If I didn't divert it at that moment, I could have killed her. Like she almost died. And like he'd been wanting to kill her, but he doesn't actually want to kill her. Alaric doesn't actually want to be at war. He doesn't want to kill people. He just does it because that's what his dad asks him to do. And so he's like, it had been an accident. Like, why did it bother him? And he was like, he even says, hell, she'd concussed him the night they met. And so Alaric's like, oh my God, this is so bad. And then he was like, and soon she's gonna be my wife. And then he's like, my wife? He's like so an emotional wreck right now. He is not doing well. And then he gets a call from his dad. It's not really a call, but like they found out how to use the shadow gate in order to communicate long distance. Basically like a radio. And so he gets like a call from his dad. And he's like terrified because he is like scared of his dad. His dad's abusive. He loves his dad because he doesn't realize that his dad is kind of an asshole, but he's like kind of scared of his dad. And at first he had an excuse as to why he couldn't talk to him. There were Saruman cages everywhere, so he wasn't able to talk to him because, oh, well, I'm cut off from my magic. But now he's not. He's not cut off from his magic anymore. So he can talk to him, and he's terrified because he hates that he doesn't have an excuse as to why he can't answer. And he's like, well, I'm the Empire. Like, I'm the Night Emperor. I don't have to answer to anyone. He's like shaking. He's terrified. And then he is like, so he answers the call, and the dad's like, his dad's like, why didn't you insist to be able to contact me? Why wouldn't you have done that? Like, he's pissed. And so Alaric kind of lies. He says like, oh, the Nenevines see me as the figurehead, so they probably wouldn't have let me negotiate. And he said, oh, so it was your pride that got in the way. Because he's like one of those narcissists where he's super calm and level-headed. So he makes you look like the asshole because you're the one who gets emotional, right? Where it's like one of those people where when you're in an argument, they're like, oh, well, why are you getting so agitated? We're just having a conversation. That's who he is, and it pisses Alaric off. And it makes Alaric feel really bad too, because he's like, this is my dad, I love my dad. And so he starts to feel like pangs of guilt. And the dad's like basically saying like, oh, that girl's gonna become like your weakness because like you're infatuated with her, like you let her cloud your judgment. And he says, I'm not infatuated. And he says, shall we call it obsession then? Shall we call it the fanciful notions of a weakling whom I have been entirely too lenient with, who is in the end his mother's son? And his mother, remember, ran away. Like, his mother ran away when the war started because she didn't like how he was doing. And she asked Alaric, like, come with me. But Alaric was like, well, no, I have to stay with my dad. And so Alaric kind of hates his mom, but he also loves his mom. And he has, like, very conflicted feelings. He thinks his mom is too weak because she ran away. But he loves her because that's his mom. And so he's, like, humiliated. Because that's exactly how he's been feeling. And so to hear his dad confirming how he's been feeling, being like, oh, you're letting this girl get in the way of your rationality, he's like, oh, I feel so bad. And then he was like, don't let me forget when you would go and run off to go fight her without my passing off on you doing that. And so Alaric is kind of just like, well, no, that's not, like, he's trying to say like, oh no, I was just curious, I don't actually like her. The dad's like, oh, but you do that, don't you? You do that, don't you? And so he's like, but this is good because you can use this to your advantage, and you better keep the Dominion on your side because blah, 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 blah. So the dad then says, we need to discuss what's going to be done about the Nenevar Dominion and the Sardovians. And Alaric's like, what do you mean the Sardovians? And he's like, have you forgotten the entire reason you went there? Like, they're probably hiding. What are you talking about? That's the whole reason you went there. He said, had you been thinking with your brain, you might have thought that you might have seen what was in front of your eyes. If the Lightweaver truly doesn't know where the Sardovian fleet is hiding, what's left of them will certainly attempt to find her one of these days. They might even be successful. You will have to be ever vigilant. Perhaps even try to extract their exact location from her if she does know it after the wedding, when she's let her guard down a little. And so he's like, get her trust, wear her guard down, attack her people. Alaric is like, I don't want to do that. But he was just had a conversation with his dad. So next day during negotiations, he's like in a real bad mood. He's real sour. Taliesin is kind of just not saying anything. She's just being easy to deal with. They sign their official documentation of betrothal. So like, oh, they're like officially engaged now. She's like terrified. They almost touch, and then like it says he recoiled, jerking his hand back as if he'd accidentally touched something disgusting. She seethed, her pride taking another hit. Last night he called her beautiful, and now he was acting as though her mere presence was a personal affront. So she's like, she hates him, right? And so it says that the wedding will be held after the eclipse. The agreement is that they're going to have the wedding in the Nenevar Dominion and then her coronation in the Night Empire. She does not want to go to the Night Empire, right? Because of their history, she does not want to go. But she knows she has to, right? And so then the next meetings that were going to happen, we're going to be like discussing, the details on the wedding, blah, blah, blah. And so, let's see. He's planning to take her to the Night Sever. Sign the treaty. It was also, it's technically like, but it was a treaty. And so, sign the treaty, they're engaged. Alaric reveals he plans to take her to the Light Sever. And then he says, oh, he's going to search for leftover Sardovian ships. Reminder, because I don't know if I said this. Reminder, part of their agreement to let Taliesin stay as refuge was, like, to let the Sardovian ship stay as refuge, was that Taliesin would take up the title as heir. She didn't want to, but she took it up because she wanted to protect her people, right? So the Sardovians are resting in some distant part of the land. They are hiding in, like, some marshland, and she's been sneaking off to go see them every now and then, but now she can't do that. Because he's been there, right? And so she's like freaking out. The Nenevarine people, they agree. They go, yeah, you can search for them. So later she's like, what do you mean they can search for them? And they're like, if we don't let them, they're not going to trust us. But the map they have is not up to date. So the odds are they're not going to see that part of the land. And if they do, and if they go to check, we have this technology that can basically put them into the void dimension and like make them disappear. So they disappear for a little bit. They would go and check. Oh, it's nothing but marsh. They're safe, right? That's the goal. So they're just like, hopefully it works. We don't know. Hopefully it works. And then, so part of his deal, right, was that she has to come with him because he wants to know her exact whereabouts. He wants to make sure that she's not hiding them actively while he's gone. So she has to go on the ship with him as they search. What they were going to do is they had soldiers searching on land, and then they were going to search on a ship, like an airship, to see if there were anyone hidden in like farther parts of the land, right? And so she's all done up in like yellow silks for this little ship. They don't find anything on their land travels. And so, eyeing her in her form-fitting gown. Yeah, okay. So they don't find anyone, so they have to do the ship. And so, hang on. Give me like 3 seconds to actually find the part, Lamo. They have to get on the ship to go and watch everything. Taliesin is in like, here's where it says it. So it says, granted, the jest that G, that's her lady-in-waiting, had wrangled her into wasn't particularly conductive to escape. So Taliesin's like, what do I do if I need to escape? And she's like, well, I physically can't. While the saffron yellow bodice was so liberally embellished with seed pearls and quartz crystals that it could probably deflect an iron crossbow bolt, it was staggeringly low cut. One sudden move on Taliesin's part would give the ship the type of eyeful that nobody wanted. Alaric wants it, though. The skirt was stiff, too. It hugged her hips and her thighs, flaring out slightly below her knees, gathered there into large, fan-shaped pleats. If she tried to run, she'd rip a seam. And so, she walks in, right, in this dress, and Alaric is just, like, eyeballing her. So, her father is, like, joking. He's like, oh, haha, got so many soldiers here. One might think you don't trust us. And Alec's just like, good afternoon to you too. And so then it says he looked at Taliesin, really looked at her for the first time since her arrival, and she didn't know exactly what happened. His gray eyes fell on her face first, then drifted lower. His gauntleted fists clenched at his sides, and for the briefest of moments, a look darted across his pale features that put her rather in mind of someone choking to death on their own tongue. But it was gone as quickly as a flash of lightning, as soon as he drew a swift inhale. So he's like, oh my god, she's hot. And he's like trying to maintain his composure. So they start to go and whatever. He being polite, you know. So Severim is also there, and right, and he's kind of flirting with her. He's like, oh yeah, you really lighten up the mood. And so, thinking that they're going to turn it down, right, Alaric offers them refreshments. And then, so he's like, do you want some wine? And she's like, wine? And he's like, yeah, it's the polite thing to do, to ask you if you want some wine. And so he thinks that she's going to turn it down. So she's like, I'm going to call his bluff. So she goes, you know what? That sounds great. And you should join us. And so he, like, she sees as he's like pissed off that she's like accepting this. And so he's kind of just like, okay, yeah, let's go do that then. And so Alagby is also like, yes, oh, I'd love some wine. He is not getting the vibes. Bless his soul, he's not getting the vibes. So they're sitting in the room, drinking their wine. Alaric's trying not to look at Taliesin because she is giving him like a hard time, if you know what I mean. Not entirely, I mean, not in a physical sense, but pretty close to it anyway. That's not the point. The point is, Alagby's like, oh, well, you have good taste, you know. She doesn't normally even like wine, and she seems to be enjoying it. And then, she's like, and you know what? It is pretty good, but I'm not gonna say that because I don't want him to know. Because her pride, you know. And then Alagby's like, well, I'm glad we get the chance to talk in private, he says. I thought I should prepare you both for a certain topic that will doubtless crop up over the coming days as we plan for the wedding. I speak of consummation. Taliesin chokes on her wine. Alaric's fingers tightened around the stem of his glass so violently that the fine crystal seemed in danger of snapping in half. Alaric's like, oh my god, I forgot that I might have to bang my wife. Which, I mean, Alaric isn't entirely opposed to it, but he doesn't want to let her know that, obviously. He's just had a bad conversation with his father. He's feeling really bad, like really depressed about himself. He feels really bad. And so Alagby's like, so you guys will get married and there will be a feast. And then after the feast, you guys will be expected to leave first, where you're supposed to consummate your marriage. And then Alaric says, there's no need for that. I do not expect her grace to. And then Alagby says, naturally, there will be no coercion involved. However, the union will not be valid in the eyes of the court unless you share your wife's chambers. And Taliesin's like, that is so unnecessary. And so she's like, they know that we don't actually like each other. Like, that's kind of insane. And so Alagby is basically like, yeah, well, anyway, I'll leave the room. I'll let you two talk about it. Keep your hands off of each other. Do not touch each other right now. It is not time to consummate. Do that later. But he's basically like, I'm gonna leave so you guys can talk about this. But like, he's mainly talking to Alaric because he sees Alaric eyeballing his daughter, right? He's like, keep it in your pants. Right? He says, to talk about your situation in your much separate seats. And so it says, Taliesin contemplated pitching herself overboard. She's like, I hate this conversation. I'd rather just like throw myself over the ship. So Alaric is basically like, it's his POV now. He has been trained up to fight. He never thought that he would be marrying. That was never on his mind. Marriage never on his mind. Never thought he would like a woman. Never thought he'd have time for women. I keep forgetting this exists. Bluffing. Goes to spite him. She actually really likes the wine. I don't want to read that. Excuse me. What does it say? Brings up consummation. 224. Also down bad for her. Okay. Alaric is real down bad for her. So it says, to make matters worse, he'd been trying not to salivate over her while her father was in the room, and now the man was taking his leave after telling them to discuss how to handle their wedding night. Why has my life come to this? Alaric wondered angrily. I didn't ask for any of it. Before that quote, right before that quote, it says, today, however, his very alluring, very infuriating betrothed had the nerve to show up on his ship in that dress, that revealing dress that hugged her slender form like molten sunshine, its low neck framing the swell of her cleavage in pearls and quartz. And all Alaric could think was how her breasts were the perfect size for his hands. And so, like, Alaric, he's so dumb bad. And then he says, to make matters worse, he was trying not to salivate over her with her father in the room. So Alaric's like, I cannot think straight. I mean, that's exactly what he's doing, is thinking straight. But, like, he can't think normal thoughts right now. All he could think about is, damn, my wife is hot. She's gonna be my wife. She's gonna be my wife. Taliesin is like, we can share the room. It's only one night. Keep appearances. And he was like, oh, right, that's what we were talking about. Not me grabbing her breasts. And so he's like, he's basically saying like, oh, I can take the settee. I don't know what that is. Probably like a couch or something. I didn't look it up. I don't care. He says, what's one more inconvenience after all? You don't have to sound like it's my fault, she admonished. It is, he almost snapped, only for a potent dose of shame to wash over him, white hot in its intensity. She was not to blame for the fact he couldn't control his physical reactions to her. Alaric stopped glaring a hole into the window and whirled around to face his betrothed once more. And so he starts thinking back to what his dad was thinking, where his dad said the Lightweaver will never return this bizarre infatuation you have for her, but she will in time learn to wield it against you if you don't nip it in the bud. He's telling him, like, she's never gonna like you, but she's gonna know how to use it, because that's how women are. And so he's like, what, am I supposed to sound like I'm happy to consummate our marriage? And she's like, the whole point is that we're not going to consummate it. We're gonna pretend. Alaric is kind of sitting there thinking, like, I kind of wish we would, though, but he doesn't actually say that. She says, I wouldn't sleep with you if you were the last man left alive on Lar. That's the name of their planet. And it says, the barb that shouldn't have sunk as deep as it did, slicing into Alaric's skin to the bone. If he were a stronger man, it wouldn't have. But his father was right, and he was a fool. The feeling is mutual, he hissed. As far as I'm concerned, this alliance has nothing to recommend it to me, save for securing peace. Else, I would have had better options, and none so shrewish. And so Taliesin, she did not like that comment. She's like kind of pissed off. She goes and she like pins him against the glass. She's like upset, and she says, you didn't mind me all that much when you were calling me beautiful a few nights ago. And he's kind of like, you remember that? But he doesn't want to admit that so he says, you clean up well, he told her. Not as coolly as he would have liked, far more hoarsely than he wanted. But it did the trick, and she reeled back as if she had struck her. As if she didn't say anything, and now, he wondered, could anything in him feel so sharp and so empty at once? Isn't it good we're being honest with each other? This arrangement is complicated enough without us having any illusions. I never had any illusions about you. You are exactly who I thought you were from the beginning. A vile, arrogant, cruel, despicable asshole. For all your grand talk about securing peace, one day people will have had enough of you, you hear me? And when they finally denounce you and your despotic goons, I swear to you, I won't think twice before joining them. And so, like, at this point in the argument, right, they're just trying to say whatever they can to hurt each other. And you bet that they're clinging on to every single word. So then he says, while I share your contempt for the situation in which we find ourselves, do not mistake it as apathy. I hardly expect your disposition to sweeten, but I will be damned if I allow my future empress to behave in a manner that reflects poorly on my region. If you allow, I don't belong to you. I don't belong to anyone. He says, you are the Lashiska, and the Lashiska belongs to the Nenevarine. Their fate is entirely in your hands. Should you cross the line, it is they who will suffer for it. Am I making myself clear? I hate you, she spat. Alaric sneered at her. See? You are already acclimatizing so well to married life. This isn't marriage, Taliesin snapped back, widening the distance between them. It's a farce. As opposed to all other marriages out there brimming with devotion and contentment, Alaric frostily countered. You have been several months at court. You should know better. I neither expect nor want your love or your friendship, but I will require your cooperation, and you need mine in order to stop the Voidfell. Do you understand? She glared daggers at him. Good. Alaric inclined his head in a mocking parody of a bow. I'll show Prince Elegby back in, and then I must attend to the search that I've been sorely neglecting thus far. So they just had nasty argument. He's being really mean to her. He basically is saying, like, she takes it as, like, him saying, oh, you're really ugly except for when you're all dolled up, right? So she's like, oh, he doesn't even think I'm pretty. He only thinks I'm tolerable when I'm dressed up. She's really pissed. Severim is, like, teasing him. He's like, oh, you fought with her again. And then Alaric says, she's the most frustrating. And then he calms himself. And he says, it is a lost cause. The advice you previously gave me will never be of use. She has made up her mind that she will never be able to separate me from war. So be it. There are more important matters. And Severim's like, and doesn't say much more. And so he's like, well, okay, on the search. They don't appear to be deceiving us. I don't see any sign of the Sardovians. He's like, we don't see any. And so Severim starts to talk about, like, he's starting to joke. He says, your relations with the Lightweaver might turn out to be the most important matter in the future. You need heirs if you value your life. You won't finish that sentence. I'll start a new sentence then, Severim said with an unabashed cheer. Judging from the scene I walked into beneath the plumeria trees, I truly believed you were well on your way to business of air making. I was so proud. Do you prefer to die by magic, or shall I toss you out of my ship? And so Severim just kind of like, I saw you guys almost kiss. Like, don't. So he walks off, right? Severim walks off. And then he doesn't, no, he doesn't walk off. He just kind of shuts up for a second. And then he's like, she wasn't lying. She was lying. The people are there, but they don't see them, right? So they're like, Taliesin had to have been telling the truth. Like, she wasn't lying. You doubted her? And so Alaric starts to feel really bad about doubting Taliesin, because he's like, yeah, he was like, Taliesin might happily strangle him without a second thought, but she wasn't deceiving him. So he's like kind of feeling bad for not trusting her, which he shouldn't, because she is lying to him. But they don't find them. Great, amazing. So she wants to sneak off to see her people, but Alaric, his eyes are gray, is outside of her door. So she goes to sneak out in like her little courtyard or whatever, to go and sneak off. She's like, I probably shouldn't do this, but I need to let them know what's happening just in case. It says she had to see her comrades. While the enemy was still unaware of Sigwad's existence, that's the place that they're hidden, and had gotten nowhere near the strait, she couldn't shake the feeling they'd come very close to being found out. So she's going to sneak off to go talk to them. Alaric is there, and he's like, where do you think you're going? She says, that's none of your concern. On the contrary, Lashiska, I am well within my rights to wonder where my betrothed is sneaking out. Why my betrothed is sneaking out after I specifically ordered she stay put? Well, why were you standing outside my room? I was getting fresh air. And you're avoiding my question. How can I be sure you're not leaving in preparation of an attack? You're ridiculous. Are you my betrothed or my jailer? So, like, this is their whole dynamic throughout the book, by the way. Like, this is how they talk to each other. And so he's like, okay, well, you're not really telling me where you're going. I'm a little suspicious. She's like, damn it. Okay, the night market. There's a night market that is happening in the area, and they usually have pretty good food. So she goes, fine, if you must know, I'm off to the night market to get something to eat. I'm hungry, and I don't feel like interacting with anyone in the palace. I'll be back before first light. And so he goes, oh, that wasn't hard. But now that I think about it, I am a little hungry. Why don't you take me with you? And she's like, I'd love to take you with me. And so he's kind of chuckling to himself. He's like, oh, I'm catching her on her bluff. And so he's following her through the streets. They're all disguised. They're still really tense after their fight, but he's calling her like nicknames and stuff because Alaric, he's a little sassy queen. And so she says, keep your hood on. And he says, as you say, dearest. And then he drawed, watching with some vague secret glee as that mouth of hers curled into a snarl. That didn't sound quite as sarcastic as you probably intended it to be, she snapped, shouldering past him. Keep it up and I might actually think you start to like, and I might start to think you actually like being my betrothed. And then Alec scowls at her, and he's like, he does that, like, you know the thing that they do in like cartoons where it's like, okay, tally marks. Taliesin 1, Alaric 0. That's what Alaric does in his mind. He's like, okay, fair play, Taliesin, fair play. And so they're walking through the night market. Again, like, they speak a different language. And so he's like, what is going on? She's reluctantly translating. She's like, they're congratulating the crown princess on her betrothal. And he's like, just you? And she goes, yes. They don't mention you at all. It says with an air of smug satisfaction. So they're going through the crowd. I'm not going to read this because this is just long bits of no dialogue. I only really read the dialogue because it's the easiest to pick out. Unless it's like really good prose. And then I mean, the prose is good, but you get what I mean. So, they go, she lies. Okay, so they go to eat, right? And they find like this soup place. And there are drunk people sitting next to their table, and they're like shit-talking Alaric, right? They're shit-talking. Taliesin's like, she's listening. She's kind of giggling a little. She's like, oh, this is kind of funny. he asks, like, oh, what are they saying? And she says, oh, I don't know. I just started learning this language, which is true. She's not picking out the entire thing. But then, like, it's really them protesting the marriage, talking shit about Alaric, and then they start to talk about how they want to, like, revolt. How they're like, oh, I might kill Alaric. Like, what if we snuck in and murdered him and, like, freed the princess? Like, that kind of stuff. It says, who does the bastard emperor think he is? Waltzing in here, forcing our Lashishka to marry him. Let's storm the palace, I say. Let's slaughter the Kesthanese in their beds. And so they're like, well, we gotta trust the queen. And they're like, if we save her granddaughter, like, we'd be heroes, kind of thing. And so they start, like, they're all drunk, so they start cheering, like, oh yeah, let's kill them, let's kill them. She's kind of, like, chuckling. She's like, you guys, stop. Anyway, then they start talking about how, well, she didn't even grow up here too, right? She was from Sardovia. Oh, so she's an outsider. She's an outsider as well. Because they were like, she didn't grow up here, and her mother wasn't born here. Her mother didn't grow up here. Like, she's an outsider. And then Taliesin, she's like, all of a sudden, she doesn't think this is a funny conversation anymore. She's never felt like she belongs anywhere. That's part of why her and Alaric get on so well, is because she doesn't have any preconceptions that she has to meet with Alaric, right? And so all of a sudden, like, she's in a real bad mood. And she's kind of like, well, let's just go. So but it says they didn't head back right away. Instead, they left the marketplace. Instead, once they met, Alison took a circuitous route for reasons that weren't entirely clear even to herself. So she brings him to a neighborhood. They climb up to the top, right? Because, like, the place that she grew up, she kind of grew up in the slums, and the way it was described is it was built higher than it was wide. So she's used to, like, climbing up and up and up on structures. So when she does this, it's like her way of, like, connecting to her roots and remembering where she comes from. So she goes and she climbs up to the top, and they're sitting on the roofs, and Alaric, I mean, he's also a soldier, so he's well versed, and he's been in that area, right? So he follows her up, and he's like, are you gonna kill me here? And she's like, I wish. She says, you're so paranoid. And so they're just sitting there. She starts to feel really bad again, right? She has, like, that, I don't feel like I belong anywhere. I don't fit in. I don't want to fit in. Have you ever seen me without this stupid hat on? That's weird. And so, oh, I don't even have my glasses. Ignore that. Oh. I actually don't know where they are, if I'm being so for real. Oh, I see them. Okay. Anyway, not the point. She's like, I don't belong here. I don't belong here. You know, as Creep once said. Creep? No, it's Radiohead. As Radiohead once said. This is so bad. This is gonna be such a bad video, dude. It's not gonna be edited. I don't have time to edit it. Should I just put it off? Let's be for real. Should I just put it off until, like, early? No, I have work. I can't. Anyway, so she was like, I have a family now. Like, I was an orphan, but now I have a family, and I still don't feel like I fit in here. And so, like, that's part of why her and Alaric got along so well, is because Alaric is also technically an outsider here. Alaric doesn't fit in, and he doesn't want to fit in. And have you ever seen him without the stupid hat on? That's weird. He actually, quirk about Alaric, he's always wearing gloves, because his dad taught him, like, you always have to be suited up. So he feels really, what's the opposite of impervious? He feels really vulnerable if he doesn't have his gloves on, right? So he's like, what's the matter with you? And she's like, why didn't you kill me? And he's kind of like, what, did you want me to? And she starts talking about it. They're kind of like, you know, they're starting to be a little more open with each other. He says, I think I was curious the night we met. I'd never encountered a light weaver before, and I wanted to see what you were made of. And Last Haven, I rather felt it would have been unceremonious if you died just like that. Strangely enough, she understood. Nevertheless, a well-earned ending by his blade or hers would suffice. It wouldn't be as disconcerting a realization as it should have been. At the very least, it was something to belong to, something that was just theirs. Even if no other way for it to end but in blood and fallen empire. Give me 1 second. What? Hang on. You want to see the cat? Hi, cat. Come here. All right. So basically, yeah, I'm still on the same page. All right. My little baby. Look at her. Oh my goodness. So basically, they start kind of opening up to each other. They're all talking. You can see her little ears. Look at her. Anyway, they're talking. She's like, why didn't you kill me? He's like, I don't know. I felt like it wouldn't have been right. And she's like, you know what? Yeah. Because she starts to have this basically like realization where it's like, well, at least we belong to each other. Kind of. Okay. Oh, you're helping? So they start to kind of, what, she has him bring her to, I don't know what this says. Anyway, they have a kind of heartfelt conversation. I'm pretty sure it ends in an argument because they always do. And so he's like, why do you, like, she starts talking about Sardovia, and he's like, you speak so highly of Sardovia. And she goes, well, it was my homeland. And he was like, no land is deserving of that much praise. Hi. He goes, they didn't deserve your loyalty, no one does. Nor no one else's. And so she's kind of offended, because she's like, if I could go anywhere in this world, I would take you to Wildermarch, where we buried everyone who died in Frostplum. I would take you to every battlefield where I saw my comrades fall. Can you calm down? I would take you to the village flattened by storm ships. Can you sit down, please? Thank you. To every town ransacked by your legionnaires. That was where my loyalties lie. That was why I fought for what I did. And so she's basically like, if I could take you anywhere, I would take you where my people were. She's saying, I wasn't fighting for the country, I was fighting for my people. And she's also kind of making a point where it's like, but I can't take you there, can I? Because they're gone now. And he's like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, like, offend you. And he's like, I am a liege to my nation, but I also dislike what you've been through. Like, two things can be true at once. She's like, I'll work with you, but you won't ever convince me that the Night Emperor saved Sardovia from itself. I told you once that vengeance isn't justice, and I hold to that. Whatever better world you think you'll build, it will always be built on blood. So they head back home. I got. I'm gonna kind of start just reading through this. She finds the guy that she saved, right? And she tells him, bring me to the Allfold. You can't tell anyone about this. You're on a blood oath, right? So if you tell anyone about this, like, I guess I'll just have to kill you. Like, not really saying that, but you know. And, so she goes, she talks very briefly to her people, and they're like, you can't stay here. Like, glad you're okay. Go away. Go back. So she goes back. And now they take a little hike up to the Lightsever. It's very romantic. So her and Alaric are going to the Lightsever. Alaric falls into a pool, and Taliesin starts laughing at him. I said I love their banter. Page 366. Hang on. Page 360. Ooh, you stink. 366, paragraph 2. 2 through 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know. She's basically like laughing at him. I don't, like, they're basically just, like, having... Yeah, they're basically just walking through. Is that supposed to be a 9? I feel like that makes more sense, because I don't see anything in there. Okay, it's probably, yeah. So, but dialogue, page 369. Nice. Oh, that's why I didn't write a smirk at it. That's why I didn't think it was the same one. So it says, where does it say it? You, on the other hand, don't fear to truly speak your mind. I find that interesting. I thought you liked me better when I was still afraid of you. Taliesin couldn't resist throwing it back in his face, his declaration from their night as prisoners. Until today, she'd had no idea she even remembered what he said. To quote an esteemed philosopher, Alaric told his coffee, they're like drinking coffee, I say things when I'm mad. Alaric fell in a lake, and then there was like this thing that was chasing after him, and so he got stuck in the lake, and they just followed. So he had to take a little shower, try to clean off. Taliesin's trying not to eyeball this naked man, and... Anyway, Taliesin's trying not to eyeball her naked fiance, which I mean is probably the one man that you're allowed to eyeball, but you know, go off, Taliesin. And so now he's like warming up by drinking coffee, and he's like pretty naked right now. He's like just wearing a shirt, which is like for Alaric, that's not very much clothes. And so Taliesin, like, they kind of made up by this point where they were like, yeah, I'm sorry for some of the things I said. Taliesin was like, I just say things when I'm mad. And so he's quoting her. And she says, well, next time you wish to be disrespected, you know where to find me. So, like, you know, they had little banter. They're kind of making up. They make it... Okay, she's finally making a breakthrough. And they hug. Aww. Chapter 31, we're 80% of the way through the book. So... Oh, sorry, Bubby. Didn't even... Just startled you. Just startled you. So it opens with them hugging. Oh my god, is this where they... No. Okay, so they finally made it, right? I don't know why I missed this part. It's the important part. They'd finally made it to the light sever. Right now, Taliesin is trying to practice her shielding abilities. She finally, like, she's able to convene with the sever. She finally gets it. She's successful. And so she... Oh, excuse me. So she's successful. She finally makes a shield, and she's, like, excited. She rejoices. She goes to hug Alaric. This has been an issue since, like, the earlier marks in this book, right, is that she can't make a shield. They hug, and so it's opening with them hugging. And he's like, oh, you did really well. And she's like, you're a really good instructor. You've been very patient, so thank you. Which this is before she convenes with the sever. She's able to make a shield, though. It wasn't a very strong shield, but it was a shield. And so they're both happy. And they go to bed. They're really awkward now because they just hugged. Don't put that in your mouth. No, don't put that in your mouth. Nasty. Don't eat that. They go to bed, right? They're super awkward because they just hugged. And so Alaric, like, can't sleep. She also can't, but she's pretending that she is. And he heard kids earlier in the Dominion singing, like, a common nursery rhyme. And so he asks, he's like, tell me about this. And she's like, don't we have an early start tomorrow? He says, I can't sleep because you're still talking. And then Taliesin was like, she couldn't really sleep either. And so she starts to tell him about the story because for the first time, she has her own story to share. Like, she never had lore or anything. She'd always had her friends telling her about their times at the sea village, but she never had anything until now. So she's telling him about Bakan the World Eater. And he's like, oh, oh, so that's probably what the, like, because the Voidfell is called the Moonless Dark. It's the night of the World Eater. Moonless Dark is like in the Neneverine, whatever. No, the Nisanth or whatever. I don't know. And so, he's like, interesting how the same phenomenon is explained by different stories. And so she kind of explains like, oh yeah, my friend, well, earlier she'd explained like, because this same phenomenon was known as the sailor's warning or something in the coastal villages. So it's like all the same thing, right? And so she says, like, they go quiet again. He says, I like the continent's eclipse myth better, I think. What, the sun god forgetting to feed his pet lion so it swallows the moons? Why would you like that better? Because it's not about the loss of someone who is greatly loved. Because it says, like, the story, right, is whenever there's a lunar eclipse, the Neneverines say that it's Buckens returning to Lur and trying to devour another one of the moons until he's defeated by the spirits of the ancestors who fought in that first war. So the first war, I guess it's further back than I thought. Back when the world was new and had 8 moons, Bakan was the first dragon to tear through the aether space and make it his home on Lur. Because again, the Dominion's the only place that has dragons. He layered somewhere on these islands, eventually falling in love with the first queen, whose name was Iriam. Dragons live hundreds of years longer than humans do, so she eventually passed from old age. The grief in Bakun's heart turned into anger, which turned into hatred of this world for giving him his first taste of sorrow, for making him the only one of his kind to ever mourn. He swallowed one of the moons and would have eaten the rest had her people not waged great war against him and driven him back into the aether space. And so that's why he says, because it's not about the loss of someone who is greatly loved. And she's like, oh my God, he's so sensitive. And he's talking about his mom running away, because he's told her about this at this point. And she's told him about how, like, she only makes swords and daggers because her first weapon was a knife that she made from, like, the orphanage or something. Anyway, like, they've both gotten kind of close. And she's like, wow, who would have thought we'd be working together? And he's like, certainly not me. She says, sorry you missed out on your better options on my account. She meant it in jest. Truly she had, but the act of bringing up the snide remark he'd made on his storm ship somehow excavated the same wound to her pride, to her feelings. She thought she'd moved past, she moved past, and her tone was more bitter than good-natured. He went tense. She was seized by the urge to burrow into her bedroll, absolutely mortified, but she couldn't look away from him, and it wasn't long before he spoke. I was angry when I said that. There were no better options. There weren't any options at all. I had no plans to marry anyone, until you. Alaric's pale brow knitted as he measured the words out with care. And even though ours will be a marriage in name alone, there will still be no better options for me after we pledge our troth. You will have no cause to feel dishonored. I swear it by your gods and mine. And she's like, oh my God, we have the same oath. Also, he's really sincere about this. And she's like, yeah, we need to keep up appearances. And then she's like, it's not like the Dominion nobles are any more whatever, like, pleased that I'm marrying you. And he's like, oh yeah, because my people are ecstatic that I'm marrying you. And so, like, you know, they're kind of laughing with each other, and his features softened, and like, oh, blah, blah, blah. His father calls, daddy calls, while he was sleeping. So he, like, wakes up and he's like, oh my God. And he doesn't answer. He ignores him. He was like, it's a security concern. He would understand, perhaps. Alaric skittered out of his father's grasp. He blocked him off and fell back into an uneasy sleep, suspecting that he would pay for this 1,000 times over. Anyway, where am I now? Garrus calls and he ignores. That's his dad's name, by the way. Oh, don't look at that part. Spoilers. You probably can't read it. So, okay. She continues. mid-tutoring. Yeah, so, okay, so she did convene. She convened with the Sever or something. No. Okay, she has not convened with the Sever yet. Okay, I'm remembering. I read this book like a month ago.
Oh my goodness, you're so pretty. Hi, baby.
She's staring at me from the corner.
Hi, baby. Oh my goodness. Yes, so sleepy.
So, they're waiting for the Sever to discharge, right? And so while they're doing this, they decide that they're gonna just spar. You know, just for the fun of it. Not to try to kill each other, just to spar. And so, like, you know, they're trying to stay fresh, trying to knock any rust off. And they end sparring. I'm gonna try to find the quote, right? So they're sparring, right? And do I read the whole thing? You've been fighting your whole life. So he's basically like, I know what your strategy is and how you fight. And so they're like, the way she's kind of like positioned now, like he's kind of caught her, like blade to her throat kind of caught her. And it says, the shield in his left hand disappeared. Why? After all that talk of defenses. And he was touching her, the leather of his gauntlets splayed out over her stomach, his thumb grazing the edge of her breastband. What if he removed his gauntlets? How would his bare fingers feel spanning her like this? Taliesin couldn't think clearly, because right now she's also in basically like a workout suit, so like kind of like a sports bra and like pants, so like her stomach is bare, so he's touching her bare skin right now. And so she says, the thrill of combat had morphed into something infinitely more dangerous. She was so aware of Alaric, of how his frame engulfed hers, how his tense sinews were next to her own. He exhaled. She turned her head up to peer at him, and the sight stopped her heart. The look on his face was winter storm and wolf song. Don't know what that means, honestly, if I'm being for real. He says, your move, Lishiska, he murmured. His silver eyes flickered to her mouth. You first, your majesty, she whispered, without knowing why she was whispering, or even why she'd whisper that. And in the end, it didn't matter. They moved at the same time, her dagger sliding across the flat of his sword, sending up a spray of static and aether sparks. He leaned down, and she surged up, and their lips met, in the glow of light and darkness, over the keening of their crossed blades. And oh my god, they kissed! The kiss continues into the next scene. So it opens with, Alaric had never kissed anyone before, and he certainly hadn't planned on kissing Taliesin. That's how the next chapter opens. And so it's describing the kiss, all like the feelings. It's in Alaric's POV. Alaric is so down bad. Alaric is like, he's kind of like holding on her tighter and tighter. He's like, oh my god. Taliesin, it says, it's back in Taliesin's, it was not a sweet kiss. Taliesin would have been foolish to deem Alaric Austin as capable of sweetness, but she'd heard the first kisses were supposed to be sweet. This was violent, almost brutal. He's like basically making out with her. They're making out right now. They kiss a lot. And as they're like making out, right, everything at once, the light sever goes off. And so she breaks up the kiss, runs toward it. Alaric's kind of like, oh. Like, he feels a little dejected. He's a little embarrassed. It says, Taliesin pulled away from him in an instant, and Alaric reeled at the sudden loss of her, his body impulsively bowing forward to find her again. But she was gone, racing back to the campsite, her eyes only on the soaring column of light. And so he's like, oh. So he follows her, right? And she's nervous, right? She's never convened with this ever before. She doesn't know what to do. So he's just like, just walk into it. And so she looks at him like for assurance, and he's like, so she goes, she walks into it, and it's like, oh, it's glowing, ah. the thing about the Severs, right? Oh, the thing about the Severs, right, is they're said to help with memories. And so, sorry, I had to crack my shoulders. And so the people, right, Alaric remembers stuff from when he was like 3 years old because of the Sever, because he convenes with his light Sever, his darkness Sever, his shadow gate. And so she starts remembering almost everything, like her mom. She doesn't remember everything right now, but she's going to the more she convenes with it. But she remembers her mom, and she remembers most specifically her and Alaric's first moments together and all that progression. And so she's basically like, I'm so stupid. Like, I just made out with him. I'm so stupid right now. So she comes out, she's holding a shield. She was able to make a shield. She comes out, and despite the fact that his father had taught him, like, oh, light magic is evil, it's ugly, we don't like it. She comes out holding a shield, like, glowing with light magic, her veins, like, glowing. And he thinks that she's beautiful. Where does it say it exactly? It says, he could only think she was beautiful. Every part of her was beautiful. So Taliesin gets back there, and she's like, I remember who we are. That didn't happen. That didn't happen. We did not just kiss, right? We're moving on from that. We're pretending that didn't happen. And she was like, and she liked it. Gods, what had possessed her? What was possessing her? Why had it turned out this way? Taliesin scrambled for something to say to make him stop looking at her like that. I made a shield. Alaric nodded, the corner of his mouth ticking downward, almost as if he'd wanted her to say something else. You did. I'll try making one again. And so she spends the rest of the afternoon just making shields, and like different sizes, different shapes. She can make shields now. And she's trying to like just pretend that she doesn't notice Alaric is there. And then the next morning, she basically just gets up super early, and she's like, okay, well, we're done. I made a shield. We can go home now. And so, yeah, I'm like looking over the rest of it. It's nothing much embarrassing. Interesting. He's being a little more open with her. She's like, why are you telling me this? He was like, you've been open with me. Like, your childhood is nothing in comparison. He feels really bad. He hates Sardovia in part now because of how it treated Taliesin, right? He would bring it, like there was a quote where it's like, he would bring Sardovia back just to like destroy all of them for how they treated Taliesin. Like, that's how down bad he is. He says, my experiences pale in comparison to yours, but they're what I have, so I'll trust you with them as well. I was lonely too. She was too afraid to add, I still am. I was on my own on the streets. I kept waiting for my family to come back, but they never did. Even when I joined the Sardovian regiments, I still waited. It's probably not something you ever truly grew out of. Do you remember your mother? Not really. I know what she looked like because of aethergraphs and formal portraits. And when I think about her hard enough, I can smell wild berries. That's most of it. Although, and then she tells him like, oh, when I first came here, like I had a memory of her or something. I don't know. And she's like, or maybe I made it all up. And he goes, it was her. And thank you, Alaric. It's very nice. Anyway, so they have, she has mixed feelings about all this, blah, blah, blah. She tells him about her friend Cade, right? The one that's MIA. Remember her? Probably not. Sorry, this is such a scattered review. We're almost there. Okay, we're almost there. She tells him about her friend Cade, and she's like saying, we made plans that if there wasn't anything for the moonless and dark, if there was no battle, if we were stationed in the same place, we'd camp outdoors, in the woods or on a hill somewhere, and we'd stay up all night until the moon shone again. We won't be able to do that now, no. We won't be able to do that, We won't be able to do that now, of course. After the Battle of Last Haven, I never saw Cade again. She was the only friend I ever made, and now I don't know if she's alive. If the baby she's carrying is all right, probably not. Your soldiers killed so many of us after all. And then that's kind of what ends the conversation. So, like, he doesn't really know what to say. He's trying to comfort her, and she's like, you know what? No. Let's just not talk about this, actually. Like, who are we kidding here? So she says, there's no need to discuss it. It was an aberration. Aberration that you enjoyed, if I recall. And I rather think you were enjoying it more. Incensed, she rolled over onto her side so she wouldn't have to be plagued by the sight of him. Still, his piercing scrutiny, I think he was like, because she was kind of like pressed against his crotch when they were kissing, and he was like, you know? Anyway. She says, I was carried away by the duel. Got my wires crossed, that's all. It was the same for me as well. Alaric spat without hesitation, and oh, how it hurt. So, like, they have one of their fights again, you know. Yeah, and so Taliesin's basically thinking, like, oh, I'm a traitor, I'm in love with him. The moment the sun comes up, she's already packing, and she's like, we have to go home now. Like, it's just time to go home. She says, we got what we came here for. I don't see any reason to stay here. And so he's just like, okay. That's fine. He's, like, kind of butthurt right now. She should hate him. Asks about the Voidfell dialogue. They fight. So, there's another eclipse that comes in a few days. And they're supposed to be practicing for the eclipse to happen, right? They found that the reason their shields mix is probably because it's during eclipses. So, how they've decided to test this is they were going to have court officials blasting void magic at them, and they were going to form a shield to block it, right? But before... No, they haven't figured it out. They have figured it out, yeah. So, earlier, right, didn't work. He pinned her to the ground, whatever. They're testing it again. They're kind of nervous, testing it again, and it actually goes well this time. And so they're like, oh my god, it works. They start studying it, and then they kind of lose focus. So then they're going over wedding stuff again. Delegates from the Night Empire arrive the wedding day. They discuss the wedding day. Okay. She's walking down the altar. Alaric, he's so down bad, right? I've been telling you, Alaric is down bad. So I wrote, read Alaric seeing her at the altar, page 421. Dude. So, everyone, miserable. They do not want to be there. The officiant is joking to two people that were there, saying, oh, I've seen happier faces at funerals. Alaric is kind of ignoring it. Alaric is standing at the end of the altar. Sorry.
I didn't mean to wake you up.
It says, I don't know how much of it, I'll just read the whole thing. This is going to be a long video anyway, so I'll just read it. It says, the music started, courtesy of the orchestra and the choir loft. First, a brassy gong was struck 3 times from high. Then came the xylophones and reed pipes, soon joined by plucked strings to form a stirring melody, punctuated by soft drum beats. The main door slid open. Taliesin walked in. And for several long moments, Alaric ceased to breathe. He was dreaming. He had to be. There was no way that she was real. The Dominion had spared no expense on their Lishka's wedding gown. Spun from luxurious lotus silk, the color of magnolia petals, the gold-trimmed bodice that was a snug-fitting affair with magnolia petals. The gold-trimmed bodice was a snug-fitting affair with scallop neckline, stiff butterfly sleeves, and a fitted waist, melting into a dramatic full skirt that probably qualified as a feat of architecture. It was layer upon layer of chiffon and organza, lavishly embellished with diamonds set amidst constellations of gold and silver thread. The back half sloping into a train that glided whisper soft over the floors made of glass. Again, like really long sentences, but you know. Talzin's chestnut hair had been gathered into loose curls, pinned atop her head, adorned with a gold and diamond tiara, from which streamed a veil made of finest gossamer, shot through with more diamonds and more silver thread to create the illusion of a starry sky. Clutching a bouquet of snow-white peonies that caught the rain of colors from the stained glass ceiling, she floated down the aisle toward Alaric on the bright, airy strains of the arched harp. She was utterly exquisite in the fiery light of day's end, heartbreakingly lovely in silver, white, and gold, and she was going to be his wife. Alaric paid no attention to the appreciative murmurs rippling through the crowd. He no longer noticed the ceiling or the altar or the view of the skyline. All he saw was Taliesin. Oh, that's the end of the chapter. All he saw was Taliesin. He's like so down bad. He's so down bad. And like, honestly, I need him. I kind of just need him. So anyway, they say their wedding vows. It's like really cute and ceremonial ones. I need to read them to you because I like them. I think they're kind of cute. It says, she made a mistake saying it. It says, I bring you the whole of my heart at the rising of the moon and the setting of the stars. Fire of my blood, son of my soul, I would raise my armies in your defense, and I would stand by your side through the ever sea, though the ever sea itself be against us. I pledge to love you wholly and completely, without restraint in times of good fortune and in times of trial, in light and in darkness, and in life beyond, in the sky above the sky where my ancestors sail, where we shall meet and remember, and where I shall marry you again. And I think that those are really cute vows. I usually, when there's stuff like literary or lyrical or like musical in books, I think it's really cringe. Like, I had to read The Hobbit in 8th grade and it sucked. But this, it was like, I thought it was really cute. I felt like it was very well done. It wasn't cringy. And I was like, oh my God, that's actually so good. So, you know, there's props to that. So now, of course, it's the end of the wedding. They have to kiss. They go to kiss and it says it lasted too long or it ended too soon. Taliesin didn't know. Her sense of self-preservation kicked in and she broke away first. Her entire being... Hang on, no, I want to read the part before that. And she hadn't counted on Alaric circling an arm around her waist and returning the kiss. Her head spun when she could no longer hold her position and shifted her full weight back onto solid ground. He was the one who leaned in, his mouth chasing hers, his arm keeping her firmly to him. Her hand slid up his chest, feeling his heart beneath her fingertips, how it echoed in her ears, in its wild fluttering. It lasted too long, or it ended too soon, Taliesin didn't know. Her sense of self-preservation kicked in and she broke away first, her entire being teetering on a cliff. Alaric blinked down at her, his plush lips just the slightest bit parted. Her ears were ringing, and it took her an embarrassing amount of time to figure out it was due to actual gongs. The ones threaded throughout the starlit tower were being struck, sending their brassy musical tones across Eskaya. The orchestra was playing again. The guests in the pews were standing up to properly herald the wedding exit. The sun was starting to dip below the horizon. Taliesin and Alaric stared at each other in the shadow of the dragon altar. They were married. So they had a nice little like kiss, and it was more than they were anticipating. And then they have to go to the that's a funny quote. Hang on, I'll get to that. So they have to go to their little like feast afterward, right? There's a feast after the wedding. And this is Alaric's POV. So they're being driven over to the new altar, the new place, not altar, venue. And Taliesin's dress is massive. It's taking up most of the car that they're in. They're in like a little cart. And Alaric is like, oh my god, her boobs are right there. And he's like, I have to look away. I'm looking so disrespectful right now, I'm looking away. And it says, his eyes drifted to her lips. He shouldn't have returned her kiss, but it had been instinct to chase after her mouth, to hold her tight against him. It had felt as though everything else had been blocked out for that brief moment in time, and he was free-falling, and Taliesin was the only thing anchoring her. And then, so he's looking around, he's like, I can't look at her boobs in her dress. This is so bad. And he said, may the gods help me. Alaric resisted the urge to put his head in his fists in a fit of despair. I'm attracted to my wife. What are you doing? Taliesin suddenly asked. She caught him ogling her chest. He averted his gaze to the cityscape beyond the window. What do you mean? I know I look silly in this getup, but it couldn't be helped. I guess I just talked that dressmaker be glad I talked that dressmaker out of a 20-foot train. And so he's like, oh, she's misinterpreting. Like, she thinks that I think that she looks stupid right now. I think that she's gorgeous. Like, she looks so stunning, and she's insecure right now. She's kind of like picking at her dress because she's like, you know, feeling a little insecure. He says, you don't look silly, he wanted to tell her. Stop doing that, he said instead, reaching to grab her wrist before she could inflict any serious damage on the beadwork. And so he's like holding her hand, and he's like thinking, oh, I should let go. Like, common sense, I should let go. And he's like kind of like rubbing her hand with his thumb. And she kind of just lets him for a bit. Yeah, like she kind of just lets him for a bit, and then he's like, oh wait, I shouldn't be doing that, and he takes his hand back. And so they get to the place, like the ballroom, right? They're supposed to have a first dance, and then they eat, I think the dance is before they eat. And so she, in just habit, she goes to almost bow at the queen, and then realizes she's an empress now. Like, she doesn't have to bow to her. She ranks above her. She shouldn't bow to her. And so she kind of just looks at her, nods. It's this really like awkward thing. Lagby, he's like that, like crying, like, take care of my daughter for me. And so Alaric's like, yeah, I will. Alaric is down bad for her. He fell hard, right? So, yeah, and then she's like, it was a beautiful wedding. Yeah, and so her father is sitting there like, I never would have thought that this would have happened. Like, I find you one day, like a ragtag orphan, and it's like, oh, you're mine, you're my daughter, and now all of a sudden you're married to the Night Emperor, who you were literally caught committing a crime with. Like, they were both trespassing. So anyway, you know. Had anyone back then told me one day you would marry the man you were taken to prison with, I'd have thought them mad. It's really funny. So they have to dance. They have to have a first dance, right? Alaric is teasing her. He's like, they have taught you how to dance, right? And she's like, oh, wow, that would have been nice to ask earlier. And he's like, I'm just teasing you. So they go to dance. And he's like, you're supposed to let me lead. And she goes, what are you talking about? I'm the one who leads. He goes, no. He broke off. Understanding dawned on his face. He's the consort in the matrilineal society. He's not supposed to lead. She's supposed to lead. She is above him, right? They're still in the Dominion. So he goes, very well. Apparently they do things differently here in the Nenevar Dominion. And he's still kind of like fighting her to lead. And she goes, you're still not letting me lead. And eventually he falls back and they start to like go into it. And she's thinking like, oh, wow, this is like almost as intimate as like the kiss where it was like nice and gentle. Like, oh, that kiss was gentle. And so anyway, now they're at dinner. They're eating. Talisen's kind of just stabbing her meat with her fork, and Alaric goes, "The thing's dead enough, surely." He's so funny, and I love him. He's such a sassy little girl. I love Alaric. And so Alaric, he's really anxious. He's like bouncing his leg under the table, but it's hitting Talisen's leg too. So she's getting annoyed. So she like slaps him on the knee, and he goes, "Did you just spank me?" He asked, incredulous. "Either sit still or sit farther away," she told her plate. So, you know, that's kind of their dynamic. Alaric is really funny, and I really like Alaric. He's really funny. He's really funny. And so they're talking over their dinner, like talking just to each other. And he's like, "You told me you've been lonely." And like she said, "But if you didn't even think to ask her if you could sail back to Nineveh," like talking about how she immediately went to the Sardovian Alfold even after finding out that she was like the crown princess. And she's like, "Well, I had a duty," because she was part of the Alfold army. She was like, "I had to go back." And so then, before he could argue, someone approaches them and says, "It's your time to make an exit. It's time to make your exit." And so it tells them, her hand is kind of on Alaric's thigh. And so she kind of like, I don't know why. I think it was like after she slapped him, it was just hovering there. And so she does not like this interruption. So she like digs her fingers into his thigh. So they are sent off while everyone else is still making a toast and enjoying the rest of their feast. They are sent off to go consummate their marriage. And guess what they do? You'd never guess. Anyway, so Alaric, I wrote, "Alaric, I'm attracted to my wife, Asenest." He's down bad. He's so down bad. Anyway, the dad really grew on me. That was something I was writing there too. I really like him now, but I didn't like him at the beginning. She's the Empress now, so only Alaric's above her in the Night Empire. So right now, like, she outranks Alaric. She doesn't outrank him. She outranks Alaric, but she doesn't outrank her grandmother yet because she is not the queen. But she outranks her grandmother because she's the Empress. It's kind of confusing, okay? Leave me alone. They have their first dance. I said read scene 435. I think I did that pretty faithfully. Yeah, I did it good enough. I think it was good enough. Anyway, Taliesin said food, Alaric make joke. I read that. Read them annoying each other. 436, I believe I read that too. Yes, I did read that too. Okay. I'm just catching up with my notes here. My notes were kind of long, but oops. Anyway, so they're sent to consummate their marriage. She grips his thigh. They agreed they wouldn't do anything. I wrote, "I doubt." Guess who's right? Anyway, Alaric wants an argument. Alaric, so they're getting ready to, so first of all, right, Talisen's lady-in-waiting is getting her ready for her consummation, puts her in lingerie, right? Talisen's never even seen lingerie before, let alone worn it, and she's like, "Can we just get on with this?" Her lady-in-waiting's teasing her, like, "Oh, you're so impatient." And so Alaric comes in. Wait, I need to read him seeing her in the lingerie. Hang on, let me find it. All right, that was my plant light, torso, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so he's describing her wearing her like lingerie, like the night dress. And it's inferring that he's thinking like, "Oh my God, she's so hot." And then it says, "She looked very, very grumpy. Do not," she snarled, "say anything." Her cheeks were flushed with embarrassment, but it only added to the gorgeous sight so appealingly arranged before him. I wasn't going to, Alaric forced through gritted teeth. He cautiously stepped forward into the room, and her gaze flickered from his white linen shirt, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, to his loose black trousers. He wondered what kind of man she saw, suddenly self-conscious of his features. The nose that was too prominent, the mouth that was too wide. In case you forgot this was a Raylo fic, I'm just saying, in case you forgot it's a Raylo fic. It is a Raylo fic. That's why his nose is big. Which honestly, guys with big noses, kind of fine, kind of fire. Anyway, not the point. The graceless asymmetry of his cheekbones and chin and jaw. Desperate to do something, anything that didn't involve gawking at her, he glanced around her chambers in a futile search for anywhere to sleep. There was a chaise lounge. Chair. That's the French word for chair. But it would... Sorry. But it would barely accommodate 3/4 of his height and half its width, because he's so big and burly. The floor it is, then, he thought with resignation. Should I grab some extra bedding? So... he's like, should I just sleep on the floor? And she goes, what? And she's just like, they're just staring at each other. And they're remembering when he had her pinned against his wardrobe and like she was getting a little grabbing. Did not need to wink during that. Oh my God, sorry. Extra bedding, Alaric repeated tersely. Oh. No, there's no extras. You're not sleeping on the floor. Someone will come in the morning to wake us. They'll talk if you aren't in bed with me. We can share the bed for tonight. It's not too much trouble. I beg to differ, he almost snapped. But at the precise moment, she moved, unfolding herself from her kneeling pose and scooting over to one side of the mattress, leaning back against the ornately carved headboard. He was treated to the stretch of her long, long legs with their toned calves and their dainty ankles, and any protests he might have had vanished into the aether. He is so down bad for her. He's like, damn, look at those legs. Oh my God, those legs. Because he's like, I need to sleep on the floor. Otherwise, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Okay, I don't know if I can control myself. And so they're laying, he goes and he lays next to her. They're talking. And then he is like, if you're uncomfortable with that, why didn't you just ask them not to wear it? And she's like, it's just the path of least resistance. And he goes, with all due respect to her giddy young ladyship, she has no idea what her married life is like. And because he's also sitting there like, I wish you would just take the path of least resistance with me. But, okay, that's fine. So he, like, they keep talking, and she's kind of like, you know, whatever. Alaric is sitting here, he wants an argument. He knows he's gonna leave the next day. Like, he knows that he's set to be leaving to the Night Empire the next morning. And so he's like, one more fight. I just want one more fight before I leave. Please, one more argument, please. And so he's saying everything he can to instigate her. He's saying everything, it says, quote, come on, darling, some darkly wicked impulsive part of him thought, one last fight before I leave you. You wear dresses you hate. You don't commune with your magic's nexus point because her starlit majesty forbids it. You have, according to her specifications, you behave according to her specifications. You let this court keep secrets from you. You stay in this palace like a songbird in a gilded cage. Even before that, you ignored your yearning to be with your family because it was what Edith Vila asked. Do you know, Lishiska, he continued with a sneer at her rapidly paling face, it occurs to me that you are the sort of person who needs to be told what to do. You're afraid to do anything for yourself. Her brown eyes flashed. She bared her teeth at him in the moonlight. Don't you dare say those things to me, she snarled, when you've lived your whole life under your father's thumb. Studying and training to be the perfect heir, swallowing all the lies he and your grandfather spouted about the true cause of the cataclysm. They aren't lies, Alaric hissed. It's Sardovia that lied to you. Oh, I'm sure. If Garrus says so, it must be true. She lifted her chin. if you even decide to treat with Nineveh for marriage alliance, did you even decide to treat with Nineveh for a marriage alliance by yourself? Or did you have to ask for his permission? Should I send him a token of my gratitude? And so they keep kind of arguing a little bit. She calls him like basically his father's dog, and he gets like all up in his face and he says, I'm not the only one who married the enemy at the behest of a superior, Lashiska. So you admit that Garrus is your superior. What are you then? Knight Emperor in name alone? And so that really hit. So he says, we're done discussing this. You are my consort. You don't get to order me around. You are my empress. You answer to me. As long as we are in the Nineveh dominion where husbands obey their wives, it's my word against your law. How sad for you to have two masters. Lashiska, blinding fury. My dad texted me. Blinding fury gilded him farther over the side of the bed. The tip of his nose grazed her. Shut up. Or what? The insufferable woman shouted right in his face. What will you do, your majesty? Alaric lunged forward. Without having any idea as to what would happen when he got there, he moved with instinct, with the dark rage of the Shadow Forge set free a long last. In the moonlight, in the mood that he was in, he thought that he might just go for Taliesin's jugular, but instead, he kissed her. And I'm not going to read this scene. Because they get a little handsy. They do technically consummate their marriage, but it's not like they do some hand stuff. You know, they do some hand stuff. And you know, there's nothing... Anyway, they do some hand stuff. They, like, at the very end, he's kind of like, he just needed to blow off some steam. So he's like all cuddly and whatever afterward, and he's kind of like cuddling into her neck. And then she snaps back into like the reality of what just happened. And she like pushes him off. And he's like a wounded puppy. He's like, and she's like, we shouldn't have done that. We should not have done that. And then he sleeps on the floor. So she like calls him up to the bed in the morning so that they find him like in bed with her, obviously. But yeah, he's kind of mad at her because he's like, I can't believe you made me sleep on the floor. He's kind of pissed. Alaric leaves her to go to the Night Empire. His parting words are to allow her to see her friend should she be detained. So she's like, if she's there. And he's like, if she's there, I'll let you see her. If she's been detained here. And so she's kind of like, thank you. And she's like asking like, if she is there, can I bring her back when the coronation's over? And Alaric is like, I know I should say no. But he goes, I'll see what I can do. And then Alaric departs. Chapter 40, page 468, 470. 8 to 470. Chapter 40 is 3 pages. So Alaric gets home. He's summoned by his father to go talk. Dad is very mad at him. Like, whatever, but he's in an oddly good mood. Alaric is kind of scared. He's like, why are you in such a good mood? Turns out they got one of the Saruman. One of the guys stole the Saruman on the way back. And Alaric's like, you stole this? Like, Alaric is honestly, like, he's kind of livid. He's like, Alaric has a good sense of morals about him. He feels really bad about this whole thing. And so he is like, oh my God, no, this is so bad. And so then there's exclusive content. It's chapter 38 and a half. This is after her and Alaric had some little fun times in the marriage bed. And so Taliesin, I keep wanting to call her Allison. Taliesin goes, washes her hands. Alaric is laying on the floor. He, where is it? He's like laying on the floor. She throws like the comforter at him. What is it? She throws a comforter at him, but in some vague sense of chivalry, made the notion abhorrent to him, and he was keenly aware of how uncomfortable she was in that flimsy nightdress. So he stands up and he put the duvet back over her. And he says, like, oh, it's warm enough without one. She goes, suit yourself. And so he's like, okay, whatever. He's about to go to bed. He says, your concern is noted and appreciated. I'm rather touched by it. As a matter of fact, it's almost as though you have something to do with my current beleaguered circumstances and are feeling regretful, like talking about him like sleeping on the floor. Don't make me banish you from my chambers entirely. And he's kind of giggling to himself because he's like, got my little argument in, whatever, it's fine. He really likes her, he's down bad. And he says, have a good night, he muttered. He certainly wasn't going to. Now that he'd had her, Alaric was struck by the awful certainty that he was never going to have a good night's sleep ever again. And he's sitting there like, so we have that context, right? End of chapter 40, right, which is where, the ceremony. Before that, when he goes to talk to his father, he feels really guilty because he's thinking about Taliesin, and he's like, oh, I want Taliesin again. So he's like, I really shouldn't be thinking this with my dad. Like, I should not be thinking that I want to sleep with my wife. But anyway, the book is over. It sets up for book 2. We get to the acknowledgments, and you know who's in it? Allie Hazelwood. Where is it? Hang on. It says, to my author friends. And then to her AO3 friends. Meaning they definitely were in cohorts during AO3. That is my own plot point. You probably forgot that I was trying to investigate that. But guess what? I don't let things go. I got my answer. Her and Allie Hazelwood are friends. And that's the end of my summary. Anyway. Okay, my closing thoughts. I actually really liked the prose. I felt that the prose was very vivid. I liked a lot of the descriptive language, a lot of the literary technique. There are points where it does feel amateurish, but since it was an AO3 fanfic and a Raylo fanfic and a debut novel, may I mention, it's not out of the ordinary for it to feel kind of amateur. The style is a little difficult to get into with those long sentences. I do feel like, while it is more of a stylistic critique, I feel like they should have been shorter. But I mean, overall, I actually really liked this book. A lot more than I thought I was going to. I hated Alaric at first, and now I like him. I think Alaric is probably my favorite character in the book. Taliesin feels a bit hollow in comparison to Alaric, I will admit. But I mean, like, I don't know. I felt like the character arcs were pretty decent. Taliesin's a little infuriating at times, I will admit, but I mean, that's kind of a product of its genre, right? That's kind of, it's a chosen one fanfic where the main character is rags to riches, orphan to whatever, like, she's gonna be a little tropey at times, she's gonna be a little annoying, but I mean, overall, I actually did kind of like this book, and I will be buying the second one, and I will read the second one. I will not be buying it right now, because I had to buy a parking pass for my university, and that was a lot of money, and I don't like that. I have enough money to buy it, I just hate spending money, and the fact that I've already spent money, it's kind of paining me a little bit, so, I don't know. I might do that later on. I definitely don't want to do it consecutively. Next month, I'm gonna try to read Midnight Library. I might do 2 videos in July to make up for May, but yeah, that's my closing thoughts. I'm not gonna edit this, so I'm so sorry. I know it's gonna be really annoying to listen to, and it's gonna be really long, but you know what? I don't have time to edit it, and frankly, I really need a drink, so I'm gonna get going. Not a drink of like alcohol. I'm gonna get like green tea. I've been craving, Or like water. What's the meme with the one girl, what's her name, Tammy, where it's like, I think I might be pregnant. Like, water. I'm craving water. Bitch, you just thirsty. Drink you some water, girl. It's okay. Anyway. That's me using the force on you. I'm gonna go. You're probably not gonna watch this video all the way through, but hey, if you do, thank you. Should I review the second book? I'm still deciding if I want to, because I feel like if I withhold it, then you're more likely to read this one so that you have the context for the second one. But I don't know. I might do it because I know some people just don't like to read and have something to listen to in the background. So I don't know. I say that as if people watch this anyway. I have like one person that watches this, and hey, I mean, that's pretty neat. Anyway, this is gonna take a long time to upload. It's almost 10 p.m. I'm going. Good night.